Chapter 2950. Of course we are ready. The leaders of the two forces looked solemn, then looked at Suyu with a faint smile. But we don't know if they are ready. The person who opened the door of the Stone Man Palace was expressionless. What do you need to say if they are ready? After suffering a setback, the leaders of the two factions immediately shut their mouths, obediently with embarrassed expressions. The Stone Man Palace was not just any other place. It was the land of Ho-E, the son of the Holy Mountain. If they caused trouble here, it was very likely that the son of the Holy Mountain would hear about it. If the son of the Holy Mountain showed any dissatisfaction, what awaited them would be a doomsday-like execution. Therefore, they immediately behaved themselves and did not dare to act rashly. They did not even dare to look at Suyu casually, for fear of incurring the dissatisfaction of the Stone Man Palace. "Are you ready?" the person who opened the door asked again. Suyu said calmly, "Yes, we are ready." The Stone Man nodded. "Come in." The door of the Stone Man Palace opened completely. The three forces, guided by the Stone Man, washed up and entered the great hall. The Stone Man Palace was self-contained, but it was not huge. There was only a huge stone platform that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. There was a huge statue of a stone man on the stone platform. Judging from the statue, it was none other than Prince Xiaoyao. Staring at the gloomy stone statue, Suyu's eyes slowly narrowed. Among the 10 great emperors of the Holy Mountain, he had the deepest grudge with Prince Xiaoyao. He had sent his doppelgangers to kill Suyu twice. However, it was a pity that Suyu managed to evade the deadly pursuit again and again. Moreover, he even managed to destroy both of the opponent's clones. So far, his first doppelganger had not been successfully restored. One could imagine the deep hatred between the two sides. To be honest, Suyu was a little worried that the test might not be a smooth one at the Stone Man Palace, where his statue was erected. As you can see, the test is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the test of the Master of the Heavenly Law. All 30,000 people must reach the level of the Master of the Heavenly Law, not one missing. The other 2 forces indicated that there was no problem. Suyu's eyes flashed, and he nodded confidently. "Okay, let's start with the King of Hell," the Stone Man said indifferently. The so-called King of Hell was the vassal force of the Holy Clan. Their strength completely met the requirements of the great families. Under the leader's command, the 30,000 examinees came to the arena one after another. Before the test, let me warn you first. If your strength hasn't reached the level of a Heavenly Law Lord, you'd better step down. Otherwise, your life will be in danger once the test begins. The leader of the Netherworld Kings hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "There's absolutely no problem." The golem nodded and said, "Okay, let the test begin." With a command, purple flames immediately appeared around the ring. Upon seeing this item, the 30,000 members of the Netherworld Kings Association who were waiting to be tested couldn't help but panic. The Heavenly Law Master's Flame. The so-called Heavenly Law Master's Flame was somewhat similar to the heavenly flame that appeared when Suyu broke through to the Heavenly Law Master level. It was just that the power would undoubtedly be much stronger. An expert like Dao, Lord Fei Tian, would not be able to withstand it. It seemed that not all of them were masters of the Heavenly Law. There was still a certain proportion of them who were impostors. The Nether King signaled them with his eyes to calm them down. Only then did the panicking crowd quietly calm down. They definitely understood the danger of the power assessment. Since they dared to come, they must have made preparations. They quickly calmed down and huddled close to each other. At that moment, the Heavenly Law Master's flame had already spread, burning the whole ring. The masters of the Heavenly Law immediately groaned in pain. Even though they were masters of the Heavenly Law, enduring the Heavenly Law flame was still excruciating. Even they were in pain, let alone those whose cultivation hadn't reached the level of a master of the Heavenly Law. To them, this was a devastating injury. One of them, who hadn't reached the level of a master of the Heavenly Law, was immediately set ablaze and turned into a flaming man. This was the result of being injured by the heavenly flame because his cultivation hadn't reached the standard. However, just as he was about to be burned to ashes, the heavenly flame became much weaker. It turned out that a part of it had been absorbed by his companions who were next to him. His companion was the master of the heavenly law, so absorbing part of the heavenly flame wouldn't cause him much harm. Moreover, there was more than one master of the heavenly law beside the flaming man. His companions were all absorbing the heavenly flame, which minimized the damage they had suffered. As expected, with the help of his companions, the heavenly flame on this person's body was completely absorbed, and he was spared from death. In fact, there were more than 30,000 people in the ring. At least thousands of them had not reached the level of a master of the heavenly law, and they had relied on this cheating method to achieve great success. When the Netherworld King saw this, a hint of delight appeared on his face. As expected, they had completely understood the testing method of the ring. Many forces had relied on this method to become powerful families. After all, it wasn't easy to gather 30,000 masters of the heavenly law. Therefore, they had to use some improper methods. However, just as the Netherworld King was feeling happy, a sudden change occurred. The heavenly flame on the ring suddenly erupted with power, which was twice as powerful as before. Many of the examiners were caught off guard, and they were immediately engulfed by the incomparably fierce heavenly flame. The power of this fire was so strong that even the real master of the heavenly law had reached his limit. He couldn't even take care of himself, let alone help others. Those powerhouses whose cultivation hadn't reached the level of a master of the heavenly law were immediately set ablaze. For a moment, screams filled the air. The sudden eruption of the heavenly flame quickly calmed down, leaving behind a pile of ashes. For to 5,000 fake masters of the heavenly law were all burned to ashes. The Netherworld King stood rooted to the ground, and his mind went blank. How could this be? Didn't they verify countless times that the Golem Palace could indeed use this method to cheat? Why did the heavenly flame suddenly erupt? At that moment, the stone man said expressionlessly, "I forgot to tell you that the heavenly flame on the ring has changed." Looking at the dazed Netherworld King, the stone man announced, "Netherworld King, you have failed the test. You can't meet the requirements of a powerful family." Everyone felt uneasy after witnessing this scene. The cauldron was the most uneasy one. How could they not know how powerful the cauldron was? Where could they find 30,000 masters of the heavenly law? They didn't even have 30 of them, let alone 30,000. This was the cauldron's current situation. It didn't have enough masters of the heavenly law. The sinful woman couldn't help but worry for Suyu. Others couldn't even cheat if they were only a few thousand masters of the heavenly law, let alone them. However, Suyu was still as calm as before. He said, "Different situations call for different actions. I have my ways. Don't be impatient." The members of the cauldron forced themselves to calm down and observe the situation quietly. Chapter 2951. Hearing this, the previously arrogant and despotic force immediately felt guilty. The Netherworld King lacked enough Heaven Law Masters, but so did he. It was just that he didn't lack 5,000 Heaven Law Masters like the Netherworld King. The leader of the opposing force gritted his teeth and said, "Then let me Ling Yun do it!" He was a direct descendant of a sacred clan, so he naturally had more resources than the former. Ling Yun's members panicked, and about 1,000 of them became nervous and uneasy. If the Netherworld King's 5,000 members were annihilated so easily, how could they dare to go up? "With me, Qing Mu, here, what are you afraid of?" Qing Mu shouted. Ling Yan's members had no choice but to go up. All 30,000 of them stood on the arena. The stone man said expressionlessly, "I repeat, the first test is very dangerous. Any injuries or deaths will be at your own risk." Qing Mu nodded and said, "Ling Yun understands." "Please." The The stone man nodded and activated the mechanism of the arena. Instantly, the Heaven Law Master's flames started to spread around the arena. The 30,000 members took in a deep breath. Unlike the Netherworld King, the members of Ling Yan's team were spread out as if they weren't cheating at all. At this moment, the heavenly fire finally spread over and engulfed everyone at an extremely fast speed. About 1,000 of them were immediately engulfed in flames, turning them into burning men. However, the strange thing was that they didn't feel any pain. Instead, they acted as if nothing had happened. After burning for a while, the heavenly fire on their bodies was automatically absorbed into their bodies. On the other hand, the other 290,000 people had painful expressions on their faces, and their bodies were faintly red. If one looked closely, they would find that there were wooden patterns on their bodies, as if they were all tree stumps. It turned out that this was the divine ability of the sacred clan that Qingmu belonged to. It could lignify all nearby objects and living beings and form a cohesive whole. The 30,000 people were like an ancient tree with 30,000 roots. 1,000 of them were affected by the heaven fire, and they could immediately spread it to the other 29,000 people. This way, the power of the heaven fire could be spread to the other 29,000 people. This method was undoubtedly many times more powerful than the Netherworld King's method of sharing the heaven fire. Soon, the heaven fire in the 20,000 people's bodies was extinguished. Apart from some slight pain, they didn't suffer any injuries. However, what followed was the violent eruption of the Heavenly Law Master's fire. The 1,000 people were once again burned by the terrifying heavenly fire. Before it could harm them, the heavenly fire was swiftly distributed by the others, and it was clear that the pores of everyone else were leaking weak embers of fire. Their expressions were quite painful, but it wasn't to the point where they couldn't bear it. Finally, even though the heavenly flame erupted violently, it also left quickly. In the blink of an eye, all of the Heavenly Law Master's flames disappeared. None of the 30,000 people were injured. Greenwood excitedly clenched his fists. Success! He suppressed his excitement and looked at the golem. The golem announced expressionlessly, "Ling Yun passed the first test." Even though he could tell that Ling Yun had cheated, the test rules didn't prohibit such cheating methods. Moreover, Greenwood was a descendant of a large Saint clan, so he could only pretend that he didn't see anything. Great! Greenwood was incomparably excited, and he couldn't help but laugh. "This month's great family clan is mine, Ling Yun." As he spoke, he looked at the Nether King beside him. The latter's expression was gloomy. He was already in low spirits. Being stared at by Ling Yun, he felt even more ashamed and embarrassed. However, when he looked at Suyu and the others beside him, he felt much better. After all, the Nether King wasn't at the bottom, so it wasn't that embarrassing. Later, it would be this motley crew that came out of nowhere who would be embarrassed. Judging from their composition, there weren't many strong Heavenly Law Masters among them. How could they have the courage to come and take the great family clan test? Who gave them the courage to do so? Greenwood also looked confident. He now felt that it was a waste of time for Suyu's people to take the test. There was no need at all. It was obvious that almost no one was qualified to be the Heavenly Law Master. However, in the Golem Palace, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only stand calmly under the arena, waiting for the second test to begin. "Are you ready?" The Golem looked at Suyu and the others. He was also puzzled. In the past, there had been ungrateful people who had come to take the test in an attempt to bluff their way through. However, after witnessing the cruelty of the test, many wisely withdrew. On the other hand, Suyu was still calm and insisted on taking the test. "Go up." Suyu waved his hand, and an invisible trail appeared, fusing into the bodies of the 30,000 Cauldron's members. They stepped forward anxiously. If it weren't for their absolute trust in Suyu, they wouldn't have dared to come up. Previously, the 5,000 members of the Netherworld King had been killed in an instant, which was a heavy blow to their souls. The crowd lined up together, feeling anxious and fearful. "Begin," the golem said quietly as he looked at them with a sigh. The Netherworld King had only been short of 5,000 people, yet he had still ended up in such a miserable state. How could this motley crew fare? In a moment, no one would be able to remain in the arena. All of them would be reduced to ashes. Greenwood and the Nether King looked on calmly, as if they could already see the miserable fate of the 30,000 people screaming in pain. Buzz! Buzz! Intense heavenly law fire immediately appeared around the arena. Even though it was far away, the members of the cauldrons on the arena felt an intense burning pain on their skin. As the heavenly fire approached, the burning pain became more and more intense. Finally, the heavenly fire engulfed everyone with a heaven-devouring momentum. However, the strange thing was that none of them felt any pain. The heavenly fire was burning on their bodies, but none of them felt any pain. Even the burning pain they had felt before was slowly disappearing, replaced by warmth. Greenwood and the Nether King were not the only ones who were shocked by the scene. Even the golem was shocked. With his cultivation level, how could he not see that the Heavenly Law Master was not among them? However, how did they withstand the Heavenly Law Master's flames? It was unbelievable. Upon closer inspection, the golem finally discovered that there was a faint flickering trace on their bodies. When the Heavenly Law Master's flames approached, they were bounced off by an invisible force, unable to cause any harm to them. What is this? The golem was a little uncertain. Soon, the second wave of heavenly fire, which was even more violent, erupted. It was this heavenly fire that killed 5,000 members of the Netherworld King in an instant. The heavenly fire engulfed them all. However, to their great shock, they saw a clear remnant mark hovering above the heads of the 30,000 people, which absorbed all the heavenly fire that fell on them, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 2952. If he was not mistaken, this was the ancestral technique of the Star Clan, which had been destroyed by the son of the Holy Mountain because it had rebelled with the 8-star civilizations a century ago. The ancestral technique of the Star Clan had the ability to shift the position of the stars, which could shift the enemy's attack elsewhere. The more advanced the ancestral technique was, the more powerful the shift would be. Generally speaking, the Star Clan who had trained to a high level could shift the attack of a peak path master. Only the Star Clan who had trained to a high level could shift the attack of a Heaven Law Master. However, Suyu didn't teleport just one Heaven's Law Master's attack, but more than 30,000 of them. Just how profound must one's cultivation be to be able to achieve such a feat? He remembered that only a few elders of the Star Clan had been able to do that. Are you a member of the Star Clan? The Stone Man's eyes sharpened, but he did not question him. It had been an entire era. When the Star Clan was destroyed, the Xiaoyao Son of Heaven had said that the matter had come to an end. There was no need for him to blame his descendants for what had happened an era ago. Moreover, it was still unknown whether Suyu was a descendant of the Star Clan or not. No, Suyu replied calmly. Then he asked, "Did we pass the first test?" The Stone Man looked at Suyu and said, "Passed." "My lord." The Nether King stepped forward immediately and said angrily, "My lord, this is ridiculous." Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there were not even a few Heaven Law Masters in Suyu's faction. How could such a faction pass the first test? Was this a joke? "I strongly suggest that we disqualify them from the test," the Nether King said through clenched teeth. "Why? If the Cauldron could pass the test, then what about his dead brothers?" The Stone Man was expressionless. He said coldly, "Who gave you the courage to question my judgment?" Upon hearing that, the Nether King shivered. He lowered his head and said weakly, "But they cheated." The Stone Man snorted coldly. "Didn't you cheat? Don't blame others for your inferiority. Get lost. We won't be tested by the Nether King within 100 years. The Nether King's heart trembled and his face turned pale. If they couldn't be tested within 100 years, wouldn't that mean that they had lost all hope? He had planned to rebuild his strength within 10 years and find enough masters of the heavenly law. Now everything was ruined. Human, just you wait. The Nether King stared at Suyu fiercely, his eyes filled with hatred. Suyu was baffled and asked, "What does that have to do with me?" She actually hated him for no reason at all. Suyu did not provoke him at all. On the contrary, it was the other party who frequently provoked him, and Suyu had always restrained himself. But in the end, it was his own incompetence that caused great casualties and failure, and he blamed Suyu for it. Humph! Continue to be stubborn. The Nether King vented his anger. Suyu's eyes turned cold, and he said, "Then wait outside." This was really looking for the King of Hell in the middle of the night. Hey! The Nether King's eyes widened, and a murderous aura erupted from him. A motley crew dared to provoke him? It seemed like the first group test had failed. The Netherworld King was looked down upon. All right, then you better pray that you didn't die in the Stoneman Palace. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. The Nether King swung his sleeves and left. Suyu retracted his gaze, and his eyes became cold. If the tripod really became a great family, it might not be a bad thing to destroy a force at the beginning of its establishment. When all of the Nether King's forces had left, the Stoneman Palace finally quieted down. The Stone Man looked at the remaining two parties and said, "The second round of testing will test the strong men whose cultivation has reached the middle stage of the Heavenly Lawmaster. Make sure there are at least 3 of them." Qingmu's expression flickered slightly, and he looked a little guilty. The middle stage of the Heavenly Lawmaster was not so easy to achieve. Among the millions of strong men in the early stage of the Heavenly Law, there might not even be one middle stage existence. Ling Yin could barely gather 30,000 strong men in the early stage of the Heavenly Law, let alone 3 middle stage ones. Fortunately, he had relied on his family's connections to get 3 masters of the Heavenly Law from his family to keep up appearances, so it should work. The testing process will be more dangerous than the first round. You better think about it carefully, the Stone Man said expressionlessly. Qingmu was really hesitant. After the first round of testing, it was obvious that the testing process had been strengthened several times. If they were not careful, even the strong men in the middle stage of the Heavenly Lawmaster might die. However, considering that they were strong men from the family, it should not be a problem. Ling Yin will press forward. The Stone Man nodded and looked at Suyu. Suyu said quietly, "We have no problem either. However, I have 2 companions who are still on their way. I need to go and greet them." The Stone Man frowned and said, "After the testing, Ling Yin will wait for you for an hour at most." "That's enough," Suyu said. He waved his hand and asked the sinful girl to follow him out. When they were outside the Stoneman Palace, the sinful girl finally expressed her anxiety. Where are we going to turn into 3 middle stage Heavenly Law Masters? She, who was the strongest among them, had only reached the threshold of the middle stage of the Heavenly Lawmaster. However, she could only be counted as one. As the leader of the Cauldron, Suyu had to participate in the last round of testing. He could not participate in the second round. "Come here." Suyu brought her to a nearby alley. In the dark alley, one could not even see their own fingers. "Protect me," Suyu said. The sinful girl nodded and immediately performed her divine technique. A dark and gloomy energy condensed in the entire alley, isolating it from the outside world. Then, Suyu weaved signs with his hands, and a powerful time realm was released with him as the center. 2 space-time gates appeared at the same time, and a Suyu walked out from each of them. Both Suyus were men. One of them was younger than Suyu, and the other was slightly more mature. "I thought you had forgotten about us," the 2 Suyus said in unison. They were the incarnations of Suyu's future and past. Without saying a word, Suyu threw a black robe to each of them and said, "Don't show your true appearance." The 2 of them were telepathically connected with Suyu's real body, so they naturally understood what Suyu wanted to do. The future incarnation smiled. My real body, this kind of cheating is not a wise move. Suyu naturally understood what he was thinking. He said, It's just a temporary measure. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The future incarnation meant that it was not wise to cheat and give the cauldron a position that did not match its status. In that case, the cauldron would inevitably participate in the competition with the aristocratic families. Once Suyu was gone, the cauldron would suffer a destructive blow and be easily destroyed. Chapter 2953. Blue veins popped out on Suyu's forehead. She had touched his sore spot. He rolled his eyes at the incarnation and finally looked at the sinful lady. After pondering for a while, he raised his hand and waved. Several remnant marks appeared and hovered above her head. What is this? The sinful lady asked in surprise. Suyu said, 3 remnant marks of the ancestor technique of the Saint clan. They are auxiliary, defensive, and offensive marks. The sinful lady said hesitantly, Since my strength is at the middle stage of the great heavenly pathmaster, I don't need them. Besides, 3 remnant marks can easily expose something and attract unnecessary trouble. Suyu had also thought of this. If you get hurt, I will feel bad. Suyu sighed. After coming to the 9-star civilization, the sinful lady had followed Suyu without any ambition. How could Suyu let the sinful lady take risks for him? It's just a normal test. There should be no problem. The sinful lady was moved and had a strange feeling. It was as if there was a sweet taste in her heart. Suyu's expression became serious, and he shook his head slightly. No. From the many changes in the first round of testing, I can infer that there will be changes in the second round as well. It may put your life in danger. Suyu was worried. It's better to be safe. He still didn't know what the second round of testing would be like. He had to be cautious. As for his 2 incarnations, he didn't have to worry at all. Suyu knew how strong he was. After getting ready, the 4 of them returned to the Stone Man Palace. Just then, the 3 examiners of Lingyun had entered the arena. The 3 of them stood there motionless like wooden stakes. Their eyes were closed and they were sweating profusely. What was more terrifying was that there were unknown wounds on their bodies. They didn't attack anyone, but their bodies began to be injured. Suyu's pupils shrank slightly. He knew the second round of testing wouldn't be easy. Suddenly a scream was heard. One of them opened his eyes, which were full of fear and pain. His whole body was dripping with blood, especially his chest, where there was a huge bloody hole running through his body. Theoretically, he should have died. Strangely, when he woke up, the wound on his chest, which should have been fatal, healed a lot, leaving him half dead. As for the other 2, they persisted until a ding sound came from the arena. The 2 of them seemed to have woken up from a dream, but their expressions were especially tense, as if they had just been in a life-and-death battle. Greenwood was stunned. Unexpected, everything was unexpected. In the past, the second round of examination only determined the overall cultivation of the examinee by attacking some puppets. However, the improved second round was actually a dream test. Moreover, the damage suffered in the dream could be returned to the original body. The stone man put his hands in his sleeves and said expressionlessly, 1 person has been eliminated. There are less than 3 middle-stage masters of the heavenly law. The test has failed. Greenwood's heart trembled, and he tried to explain, Sir, my subordinate's cultivation has indeed reached the middle stage of the heavenly Tao Lord Realm. This test is too unfair. The golem said indifferently, Whether or not you reach, it doesn't depend on your cultivation, but your overall strength. He seemed to have seen through Greenwood, and his gaze became much sharper. There are some special methods that can temporarily raise one's cultivation to the middle stage of the heavenly law lord, but their strength may not be able to keep up. As a mid-stage lord of the heaven Tao, not only did his cultivation have to keep up, but he also had to improve his various domains and divine techniques. The master of the Tao of heaven, who relied on cheating and forcefully ascended to the middle stage, did not have such an ability. Hearing this, Greenwood guiltily averted his gaze. The person who had been eliminated had relied on a special method to barely reach the middle stage of the heavenly law lord. If it was in the past, it would have been easy, but now it was impossible. After examining them, the stone man looked at Su Yu. "Are your people ready?" Su Yu gave the sinful woman and the other two a look. Then they quietly went up the stage. "Wait, why are there two of your people who can't show their faces?" Greenwood asked. Su Yu asked, "Is there a rule that forbids them from concealing their true appearances?" What a joke! Among the 3 people who tested Ling Yin just now, weren't there 2 members from the Holy Clan who tried to hide him? Why did he feel that something was wrong when it came to others? No. However, since you've cheated in the past, I think it's better for you to show your true face, Greenwood said coldly. Su Yu chuckled. "Why do you care? Just stand aside." "You." Greenwood's eyes flickered with hostility, but he didn't finish his sentence because the stone man looked at him coldly. "Shut up." He looked at Su Yu again, but didn't mention the 2 people in black robes. Instead, he announced the rules. The second round of examination is life-threatening, so you must consider it carefully. If you suffer a simple fatal attack during the examination, the damage will be halved after you wake up. However, if your soul is destroyed in the dream, or your body is destroyed, and you can't wake up, then you can't be saved. The person who failed just now had his heart destroyed in the dream, but he woke up in time, so his life wasn't in danger. The sinful woman said calmly, "Let's begin." The 3 of them stood side by side on the stage and slowly closed their eyes. Her vision was plunged into darkness, but it suddenly brightened. However, the sinful woman knew that it wasn't because she had opened her eyes, but because she had quickly entered a dream. When she opened her eyes again, the sinful woman found a person who looked exactly like her standing in front of her. No, to be exact, even their souls were exactly the same, only their temperaments were different. The other person's temperament was more graceful and elegant, but also more indifferent and ruthless. It was as if she was an existence that ruled over the 9 heavens. She stood there, looked at the sinful woman quietly, and said mercilessly, "How can a vessel appear in front of me?" Her identity was self-evident. She was Mirror Flower Heaven. However, this wasn't the real Mirror Flower Heaven, but an illusion created by the sinful woman's subconscious. Whatever a person was most afraid of would appear in the dream. Although she had never told anyone about it, the person she was most afraid of was undoubtedly Mirror Flower Heaven, who had used her as a vessel. The sinful woman's pupils shrank, and a rare look of fear appeared on her face. Her body couldn't help but shiver. In the past, she might have continued to be afraid. But now, as Su Yu's figure appeared in her mind, she somehow calmed down and felt that it wouldn't matter even if she died now. If she died for Su Yu, she wouldn't be afraid of dying. Her eyes suddenly became sharp, and she pulled out the sinful sword. She said, "It's just a product of a dream." With a sweep of the sinful sword, the strength of the middle stage of the Heaven Law Master erupted. Mirror Flower Heaven smiled, faintly, then disappeared. Then the sinful woman's vision went black, and her consciousness returned. She opened her eyes in confusion, and her face was full of surprise. Did she pass just like that? Only 1 or 2 breaths had passed, right? But when she opened her eyes, she found that her whole body was drenched in sweat, and at least a cup of tea's time had passed in the outside world. You can actually wake up from the dream on your own. Not bad. The stone man praised her, which was rare. The rest of the examinees waited for the test time to be up, and then they were forcibly brought out of the dream. Su, you didn't expect that the first one to succeed would be the sinful woman, who was the weakest and not his 2 clones. Chapter 2954. The expressions of the 2 clones were extremely strange. Their bodies were covered with hideous wounds, and blood was flowing freely. Obviously, they had suffered serious injuries in their dreams. However, there was not much fear on their faces. Instead, there was only a complex expression. It was 30% pain, 30% shame, and 30% grief. It was as if they were going through some kind of excruciating torture. Su-yu, what happened to them? After the sinful lady got off the stage, she was surprised to find that she had succeeded before Su-yu's two clones. No one knew better than her how powerful Su-yu's two clones were. Moreover, the expressions of the two clones were too strange. Hearing this, Su-yu closed his eyes slightly, and a bitter taste spread in his mouth. Wait patiently, I believe in myself. No one knew him better than he did. Su-yu could imagine what the two clones had encountered in their dreams. In his life, there was only one person who could make him feel pain, shame, and sorrow. It was Qin Xianer, the woman he had let down the most and felt the deepest guilt. As expected, the two clones had the same scene in their dreams. In the dream, a woman was holding a long blade, tears streaming down her face. Why did you let me down? Why? Su-yu's clone stood motionless, allowing her to hurt him. His eyes were staring at Qin Xianer with a complicated expression. Puff! A sword pierced through Su-yu's chest. Su-yu did not even frown, but the sorrow in his eyes deepened. Brother Yu, I have always treated you with sincerity. Why did you betray me? Qin Xianer pulled out her sword, and blood splattered everywhere. Tears still stained her face. She said, You still love Xia Jingyu, don't you? After so many years, you still haven't forgotten her. But I'm your wife. Do you even put me in your eyes? Looking at her tearful accusation, Su-yu did not say a word. Moreover, why didn't you save me? Why did you let me die in the hands of the ancient god Jilong? Why? She clutched her heart and cried, My heart hurts, it really hurts. As she spoke, Qin Xianer's face was filled with murderous intent. She stabbed her sword again, and this time it was aimed at Xia Qingqin's heart. If you feel guilty, if you feel that you have wronged me, then you can atone for it with your life. The long sword was like a rainbow, and it immediately pointed at Su-yu's heart. If nothing unexpected happened, Su-yu would still not block it, just like the previous dozen sword strikes. However, this time, when the tip of the sword was about to reach Su-yu's chest, Su-yu finally moved. He raised his finger and gently blocked the sharp tip of the sword. Qin Xianer suddenly raised her head and said, Why should I hide? What right do you have to hide? The complicated look on Su-yu's face gradually disappeared. There was no more pain, no more shame, only sorrow. The real Xian won't harm me, Su-yu said in a hoarse voice. He was the only one in Xian's life, and she placed him first. How could she hurt him? How could she kill him? When Su-yu first saw Xianer in his dreams, he came back to his senses and knew who she was. She just wanted to see Qin Xianer again and listen to her voice. That was all. How do you know? You've done so many wrong things to her. Don't you think you deserve to die? Qin Xianer stepped back. Her eyes and voice became unfamiliar. Su-yu moved his body and said, So, this is why I didn't kill you. He knew that Qin Xianer wouldn't hold a grudge against him because of Xia Jingyu. He also knew that Qin Xianer wouldn't blame him for not saving her before she died. Even in the most painful years of her life, she still hoped for Su-yu's well-being instead of hatred. However, Su-yu blamed himself. The more Qin Xianer acted this way, the more Su-yu felt guilty. So, he quietly listened to the fake Qin Xianer vent her hatred. Now, she had finished listening. So what? Can you bear to kill me? Qin Xianer seemed to have seen through Su-yu. She was not afraid. Instead, she raised her head and said, Come on, try to kill me. Anyway, you've wronged me all your life. You won't feel any guilt killing me. Su-yu stepped forward and said calmly, I'm very grateful that you let me see Qin Xianer again and hear her voice again. However, that doesn't mean you can humiliate Xian as you wish. A gust of wind blew from the tip of his foot, and a wisp of the powerful energy of a middle-stage master of the heavenly law charged forward. Qin Xian'er's face gradually became calm. She didn't resist, but said calmly, "You passed." Then, she was destroyed by the strong wind and turned into dust. The two clones woke up almost at the same time, and their injuries healed. However, their eyes were still filled with sadness. The future clone walked down and said, "Main body, don't let Sienna wait for too long. You owe her too much." Su Yu nodded silently. How could he not understand that he owed He raised his head and looked at the stone man. "How was it? Did we pass?" The stone man looked at the sinful lady and the two clones meaningfully. He knew very well how dangerous the second round of the test was. Compared to the first round, it didn't just test one's strength, but also one's temperament. If one's temperament wasn't up to par, it was highly likely that one would die in it. Since the beginning of the test, no force had ever successfully passed it. He didn't expect that the Cauldron, who looked mediocre, would actually pass the test. It was really unexpected. He nodded slightly and said, "The second round of the test is a success." Qing Mu, who was beside him, couldn't believe it. He asked, "How did you cheat?" He couldn't accept that a force that didn't even have a few masters of the heavenly law could pass the test. Su Yu calmly looked at him and said, "Next is the third round of the test. Those who are not involved should leave, so that they don't affect my performance." Qing Mu clenched his teeth and was about to scold him when the stone man said, "You have already failed the second round of the test. If you don't leave now, do you want me to personally ask you to leave?" Since the stone man had spoken, Qing Mu could only bow and cup his fists. Yes, Ling Yun will leave now. If this stalemate continued, he would end up like the Netherworld King. He wouldn't be able to participate in the test for hundreds of years. However, before he left, he glared at Su Yu fiercely, like the Netherworld King. Although he didn't blame Su Yu for his failure, he didn't hold back either. In the end, only the Cauldron was left. The stone man stared at Su Yu. To be honest, he didn't expect the weakest force to successfully make it to the last round. Instead, Ling Yun, whom he had been most optimistic about, had been defeated in the second round of the test. All right, the third round is to test the strength of the leader. You must be at the level of an ancient saint. Are you ready? The stone man's expression was solemn. Su Yu looked at the stone statue of Prince Xiaoyao on the arena. This stone statue hadn't been used at all. Chapter 2955. As if noticing Su Yu's gaze, the stone man said, "As you can see, that is the stone statue of Prince Xiaoyao. Among the 10 emperors, he represents destruction. Indeed, among the 10 emperors of the Holy Mountain, only Prince Xiaoyao was active in the world, leading the destruction of various civilizations in the great beginning realm. In contrast, the other 9 emperors had never set foot in the world. It was not an exaggeration to say that Prince Xiaoyao represented destruction. The third test is the stone statue of Prince Xiaoyao. You will fight with it. Imagine the danger," the stone man said. "It's not too late to back out now. When the test really starts, I won't be able to stop it." Hearing this, Su Yu's expression was indifferent. "No need, let's begin." He had fought with the clone of Prince Xiaoyao many times. How could he deal with a mere stone statue? The stone man was silent for a moment, then frowned slightly. "Think carefully." Su Yu looked at him and said meaningfully, "You are very long-winded." Intuition told Su Yu that there was something wrong with this stone man. Was the previous test not dangerous? Did he remind him again and again? No. Judging from the cruelty of the test, the Stone Man Palace did not care about the life of the examinee at all. Now he was curious and concerned about the examinee's safety, repeatedly reminding Su Yu to back out. Who would believe that there was no problem? You don't know what's good for you. The stone man snorted and waved his sleeves. Since you want to die, go ahead. The stone man pressed his palm on the arena, leaving a palm print on it. A strange scene appeared. Traces of blood seeped out from the print. The blood quickly spread throughout the entire arena, turning it into a sea of blood. The stone statue of Prince Xiaoyao, which had been motionless all this time, finally moved. It automatically absorbed the blood and gathered all the blood on its body, turning it into a layer of bloody clothes. The stone statue's face was already gloomy. After being covered with a layer of bloody clothes, it looked even more gloomy, like a man-eating demon. Crack! Suddenly, several cracks appeared on the face of the stone statue. The stone skin around the eyes suddenly peeled off, revealing two dark red eyes that were constantly moving. Then, the stone skin around the mouth, nose, and ears all broke off, revealing dark, golden skin. "Are you prepared to die for challenging me?" The stone statue of Xiao Yao, son of heaven, asked indifferently. Su Yu slowly stepped onto the stage, calmly saying, "A stone statue does not deserve to be so insolent." The stone statue of Emperor Xiaoyao turned around and looked at Su Yu. His dark red eyes were filled with confusion, a feeling of déjà vu. "We have met before," the stone statue of Xiao Yao, son of heaven, said slowly. Even though Su Yu had a custom-made black robe to cover his figure, it still could not block the perception of the stone statue of Emperor Xiaoyao. Su Yu clenched his fist and pulled out an illusory sword formed by the absolute heaven sword. Its might was not even 1/10,000th of the real one. He said lightly, "It has indeed been a while." To be precise, he had seen the clone of Prince Xiaoyao in the famous Sword Saint tribe, but it did not notice Su Yu. Upon hearing this, the stone man could not help but be shocked, and he stared at Su Yu in surprise. This human actually met Xiao Yao, son of heaven, before? The stone statue of Emperor Xiaoyao had a weak connection with Emperor Xiaoyao himself, and they could sense each other. Since the stone statue said that it had seen him before, it must have been the feeling conveyed by the real body. However, the stone man could not figure out why the high and mighty Xiao Yao, son of heaven, would have any connection with this lowly dust that needed to establish a small family. There should not be any connection between the two. "So, you have come to challenge me. Do you have the consciousness of returning to the void?" The dark red eyes of the stone statue of Emperor Xiaoyao turned to look at Su Yu. Su Yu held the illusory absolute heaven sword formed by the absolute heaven sword, and without saying a word, he slashed at the stone statue. Although the power of this sword was not as good as the real absolute heaven sword, it was not something that an ancient saint strong man could withstand. The sword energy, which was almost tangible, could completely destroy the stone statue of an ancient saint if there were no accidents. At the very least, it should be seriously injured. However, the stone statue of Emperor Xiaoyao showed a hint of mockery. It stood motionless on the spot, allowing the sword energy to attack its body. As a result, with a clang, the sword energy was completely blocked as if it had attacked an extremely hard iron block. Even the stone clothes on the surface of the stone statue were not damaged. The people below the stage could see that something was wrong. The sinful lady squinted her eyes and said in a serious voice, "What's going on? Shouldn't the overall strength of the stone statue be similar to that of an ancient saint?" However, Su Yu's sword attack just now had almost reached the peak of the ancient saint level, yet it could not hurt him at all. Was this a joke? The stone man, who was the judge, showed an expression of "I warned you," and said calmly, "Who said the strength of the stone statue of Emperor Xiaoyao must be at the ancient saint level?" Its function is to test the strength of the examinee. The sinful lady asked, "This is too unfair. What if the stone statue of Emperor Xiaoyao used too much force?" It was obvious that the stone statue of Emperor Xiaoyao had its own wisdom. It completely decided how much force it used. If it used a little more force, even the strongest ancient saint would not be able to pass. If it used a little less force, even if its strength was not at the ancient saint level, it could still pass the test. This round of testing was too unfair. Moreover, it could be imagined that this was definitely a situation that had happened recently. "Su, you really did not know what the Stone Man Palace was planning." Why did they have to make the test so difficult and unpredictable? It was as if they sincerely did not want people to pass the test. The stone man shrugged with a smile. If you think it is unfair, you can choose not to participate. You can choose to give up. The sinful lady clenched her fists, feeling extremely humiliated. On the arena, Suyu was expressionless. He did not have any emotional fluctuations. Even his doppelganger had been destroyed by him, let alone a mere stone statue. He looked at the stone statue with pity and said, "You really should not have met me." As he spoke, he waved his finger. A trace track appeared immediately and quickly bombarded the body of the stone statue. Crack! Under the effect of the ancestral technique, the stone clothes on the surface of the indestructible stone statue finally shattered with a loud bang. However, what was shattered was only the stone skin on its body. A golden stone statue appeared in front of Suyu. The skin on its body was neat and clean without any injuries. There were only traces left behind, indicating that the attack just now had caused quite a bit of damage. As expected, the dark red eyes of the stone statue were no longer indifferent. There was only ferocity and murderous intent. "You can die now." The stone statue lifted its foot and stomped on the ground fiercely. As a result, the entire arena collapsed in an instant. The stone statue jumped into the air, then turned into a beam of red light and pressed down on Suyu from above. While it was still in midair, Suyu felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. It was as if his whole body was about to be torn apart. The stone statue had used the power of a great saint to suppress Suyu with absolute strength. Chapter 2956. Since you don't follow the rules, don't blame me. Suyu's eyes were cold. The stoneman judge below the stage sneered. What else can you do in the Stone Man Palace? The stoneman didn't care. No matter how dissatisfied Suyu was, he had to admit defeat. Suyu didn't even look at him, let alone the stone statue of Prince Xiaoyao above him. He clenched his fist, and the real absolute heaven sword flew out of the storage device. At that moment, the stone statue of Prince Xiaoyao was already bearing down on him. Its eyes were fierce. "Human, go to hell!" The pressure of a great saint was completely released. Suyu was expressionless. He just gently held the hilt and slowly pulled out the absolute heaven sword. The body of the absolute heaven sword trembled in resistance, more intensely than ever before, because the Prince Xiaoyao it was most willing to acknowledge was right in front of it. Fortunately, there were remnants of the resentment of the two great saints in the absolute heaven sword. With their help, Suyu could barely stabilize the sword. "It's you who should die." Clang! The absolute heaven sword was unsheathed. Suddenly, the world turned dark, and the sun and moon lost their light. The surrounding area felt the restlessness of the atmosphere, especially the path energy, which gathered at the place where the absolute heaven sword appeared at an amazing speed. Because the condensed path energy was so thick, the friction between the path energy created sparks. Countless sparks gathered together and formed a curtain of fire that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, illuminating the earth in a deep red. Many people raised their heads, only thinking that the heavens were being ignited, making them bow down in worship, feeling endless reverence. This was the case in the outside world, let alone the Stone Man Palace. As soon as the absolute heaven sword appeared, the whole Stone Man Palace, with Suyu at the center, was burning, forcing the stoneman and the sinful girl to retreat. The burning fire blocked their sight and their probing souls, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. They could only see the stone statue of Prince Xiaoyao smashing down with the power to destroy the sky. Then there was an earth-shattering sound. The arena, which had already been shattered, completely shattered. Even the Stone Man Hall trembled violently. The sinful girl had a bad feeling and said, "Everyone in the cauldron, withdraw from the Stone Man Palace." She could see that Suyu was about to go all out, and once he did, the small Stone Man Palace would not be able to withstand it. The stone judge was able to keep his composure. He looked up at the faintly discernible patterns on the wall and calmly said, "Don't worry. If the stone golem hall was so easily destroyed, then it wouldn't be called the stone golem hall." The stone golem hall had been carefully designed. Even the stronger great saints wouldn't be able to destroy it. Even the stone statue of Xiao Yao, son of heaven, did not have this ability, let alone a mere human. The sinful lady did not listen to him. She was the only one who understood Su Yu's true combat power. She immediately led all the members of the Cauldron away from the Stone Man Palace. The golem judge scoffed at this. Bang! Suddenly a muffled sound and a miserable groan came from the flames that filled the sky. Immediately after, a tangible palm flew out from the flames, almost brushing past the stone judge's body as it flew out. His palm hit the wall and immediately created a hole in it. The so-called protective pattern was directly destroyed, and it did not produce any protective effect. The stoneman judge's face stiffened. His back was drenched in cold sweat. When he looked at the center of the flames, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. If he was not mistaken, the palm that flew out was not the human, but the stone statue of Xiao Yao, son of heaven. But how was that possible? The cultivation of the stone statue of Xiao Yao, son of heaven, had reached the level of a great saint. Even the strongest ancient saint would not be able to harm it. Dong! Suddenly, a series of afterimages flew out from the flames and scattered in all directions. Some of them went in the direction of the stone judge. This time he was not so lucky. He was hit by one of the fragments of the stone statue. Bang! In an instant, the fragments of the stone statue were like the sharpest blades, piercing through his body and leaving a bloody hole. He was also pushed by a powerful force and slammed into the wall. Crack! A large area of cracks appeared on the body of the stone judge. Traces of black liquid flowed out from the cracks. It was the blood of the stone statue's heart. It would only flow out when the stone judge was seriously injured. After the stone judge luckily escaped, he looked at the sea of flames in fear and immediately ran out of the stone statue palace, not daring to stay any longer. As soon as he left the stone statue palace, he heard a loud rumbling sound behind him. He turned his head and saw that the stone statue palace had collapsed. Apart from the center of the arena, everything else was buried. The flames in the center of the arena gradually weakened. The stoneman judge's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the fire without blinking. A blurry silhouette appeared in front of him. That figure was not the stone statue of Xiao Yao, son of heaven, but Su Yu. As for the stone statue of Xiao Yao, son of heaven, all that was left was its chest, which Su Yu had stepped on. The rest of its body had been destroyed. At this point, the battle was over. Su Yu slowly sheathed his sword and looked at the stone judge. He said lightly, "What are you waiting for? Come and judge the winner." The stone judge finally came back to his senses. He swallowed hard and looked at Su Yu with fear in his eyes. What kind of terrifying strength did this young human have? Good. The stone judge walked over and looked at the stone statue of Xiao Yao, son of heaven. His scalp went numb, and he did not dare show any disrespect in his eyes. "It is your victory," the stone judge said immediately. In fact, was there even a need to judge? Su Yu was unharmed, but the stone statue of Xiao Yao, son of heaven, was destroyed. Su Yu nodded slightly. "Then give it to me." All 3 rounds of tests had been successful. The tripod had successfully been promoted to a great family and should have received a seal. However, the stone judge hesitated and said awkwardly, I don't have a seal anymore." Su Yu narrowed his eyes and walked slowly toward him. "Are you trying to tell me that we risked our lives to pass the 3 rounds of tests, but in the end, you don't have the seal of a great family?" The stone judge's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly said, The seal has been given to someone else in advance." This was why the test of the stone statue palace was so difficult, and why it was so malicious that it did not allow people to pass. Because the seal had been sold to other forces, there were no extra seals to give to those who passed. Everything had been going smoothly. With the current level of difficulty, no one was qualified to pass the test. However, who knew that a ferocious Su-Yu would appear out of nowhere and even crush the stone statue of Xiao Yao, son of heaven? Given it to someone else in advance? Fine, I will report this matter to the Hall of Heaven, Su-Yu said coldly. The Hall of Heaven was also an organization for the descendants of the Holy Mountain Heaven. The difference was that the Hall of Heaven was directly connected to the Holy Mountain Heaven. Anything that happened in the 9-star civilization would be reported to the heaven by the Hall of Heaven. Moreover, there were countless powerful people in the Hall of Heaven who were in charge of the various stone statue palaces. As a stone judge, he dared to sell the seal to someone else for personal gain. Chapter 2957. Wait, the stoneman quickly said. Give me a little more time. I'll think of another way. Su-Yu shook his head. Why should I believe you? He could not trust any of the descendants of the emperor, let alone this stoneman with ulterior motives. Then what will make you believe me? The stoneman anxiously asked, stomping his feet. Once he reported this to the emperor's palace, he would not be punished with death, because the punishment would be a living hell. Perhaps it would be banished to the most terrifying place in the sacred mountain, the Yellow Springs. There was no time there. Once he entered, he would become a grain of sand in the Yellow Springs, lying there forever. He could not speak, move, or train. He could only lie there for eternity, experiencing the most ruthless torture of time. He could not die even if he wanted to. Countless descendants of the emperor would rather die than enter the Yellow Springs if they knew they were going to be punished like this. Su-Yu was slightly surprised. He was just threatening, but the stoneman's degree of fear was beyond his expectations. Even if he were to kill him, he might not be this afraid. He rolled his eyes and said, Then tell me, how do you think of a way? The stoneman was quick-witted and said, I only gave you this month's seal. The next month's seal has yet to be delivered. As soon as the emperor's palace delivers it, I will give it to you immediately. I swear on the bloodline of the descendants of the emperor that I am not lying. Su-Yu's eyes flickered. Every stoneman palace only had one quota every month, so what the stoneman said was not entirely a lie. However, it was the stoneman's own fault. Why should Su-Yu bear the responsibility? My time is precious, and I have no time to delay, Su-Yu said coldly. The stoneman quickly said, How about this as compensation? While you wait, I will give you a piece of land. How about that? Su-Yu's eyes lit up. His favorite territory was, of course, the famed Sword Saint clan. However, it was being eyed by many and was not easily occupied. The Cauldron was indeed lacking a temporary territory. Do you have the ability to divide the territory? Su-Yu questioned. The stoneman said proudly, Of course. Within this realm, who would dare to disrespect me? The so-called realm was the concept of territorial division in the 9-star civilization. The 9-star civilization was divided into 10 days, and each day was governed by an emperor. Every day, there were 24 caves, and each cave contained 100 realms. At the moment, Su-Yu was in an inconspicuous small realm in the heaven under the direct jurisdiction of Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower. As the only golem palace in this realm, the golem judge's status was quite high. Even if they forcibly divided a part of the territories of other forces, those forces could only be angry and not dare to say anything. Where do you plan to settle us? Su-Yu asked. Golem Palace took out the map of the realm and pointed to the most central position. This is the place with the most Dao Qi in the cloud wilderness. There is a force that has just been exterminated and its territory is empty. Why don't you go and take it over? Su-Yu fixed his gaze on it. The place was called Songtian Mountain. The map showed that there were 78 aristocratic families and 3 sacred clans near Songtian Mountain. One of them was the sacred clan that Qing Mu belonged to, and it was quite powerful. As for the other 2 sacred clans, they were even stronger. These forces occupied the best area of the Tsangtian mountain, and the exterminated aristocratic family was located at the mountainside. The Dao Qi was quite abundant, and it could be considered a rather good place. Why is it empty? Su Yu's eyes lit up. In the 9-star civilization, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Any place with spiritual energy had been occupied. Why was this empty place not occupied by other forces? The golem judge shook his head. I'm not sure, but this is the best place I can find for you. If you want a better place, you will have to wait for a long time, and you may not get it. After thinking for a while, Suyu nodded slowly. Well, I'll believe you this time, but you have to hand over the seal to me in a month at most. Otherwise, you know the consequences better than I do. Of course, of course. Seeing that Suyu had finally relented, the golem judge felt as if he had just passed by the gates of hell. Fortunately, he had encountered a new force with no background, and he could use a good place to deal with it. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to explain. Having survived the disaster, he immediately rebuilt the golem palace. Su Yu led the members of the Cauldron to Tsangtian Mountain. As soon as he left the city, Su Yu stopped and said lightly, "You have been following me for a while. How long do you plan to follow me?" In the city, a young man with wood patterns all over his body walked out sneakily. It was Qing Mu from the Saint clan. With a hint of fear on his face, he carefully approached Su Yu and bowed. "Greetings, Senior Su." Su Yu stared at him calmly. "Didn't you want to take revenge on me just now? I don't deserve to be called a senior." Hearing this, Qing Mu's face trembled. He hurriedly said, "I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me if I have offended you." As he spoke, he ruthlessly slapped himself twice. Su Yu was not in the mood to argue with Qing Mu, so he said, "Speak quickly." Qing Mu hurriedly said, "Senior, I am willing to lead the way to the Hidden Sky Mountain." "I am not blind. I can walk on my own," Su Yu said with a frown. Qing Mu said, "Senior, you must not know that the Hidden Sky Mountain is dangerous. Not long ago, a great family was destroyed." Su Yu's frown eased. Was the great family that he mentioned the one that had been destroyed? Why was it destroyed? Su Yu asked thoughtfully. Qing Mu hurriedly said, "It is said that 9 ancient ferocious beasts massacred the great family in one night." 9 ancient ferocious beasts? Su Yu's eyes narrowed. Why did it sound so familiar? As far as he knew, there was only one person who owned 9 ancient ferocious beasts. Gu Taishu. This guy is really famous. Su Yu could not help but be surprised. If he had any enemies from Jiuzhou until now, Gu Taishu should be the only one. His luck was not particularly strong, but his life was really tough. The collapse of an 8-star civilization, such a mighty catastrophe, and he did not die in it? It seems that the 9-star civilization is not that big. It is so easy to meet an old friend, Su Yu murmured thoughtfully. Life in the cloud desolate territory will not be too boring. Qing Mu's face was full of joy. He said, "I am willing to lead the way for you." The reason for the 180-degree change in his attitude was simple. Su Yu was strong enough to threaten the Holy Clan. How could Qing Mu dare to be his enemy? Su Yu stood still, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said, "It is too late. Let's get rid of the Netherworld King first." Its leader had provoked him again and again, and even threatened to take revenge on Su Yu. Such a disaster should be eliminated as soon as possible. Qing Mu's face froze. He said, "Senior, I am afraid you will not meet them." Chapter 2958. What's the reason? Su Yu did not want to be surrounded by the Underworld King's force. That force was not very strong, but most of its members were strong heavenly lawmasters. If they attacked the Cauldron when Su Yu was not there, it would undoubtedly pose a great threat to the members of the Cauldron. Therefore, it was better to nip this threat in the bud as soon as possible. Qing Mu said hurriedly, the Underworld King is lucky. As soon as they left the Stone Man Palace, they received an order from the vassal Saint clan to go to a place called the Jingshin Ancient Forest as soon as possible. I heard that a fossil was dug out there. He secretly clicked his tongue. The Underworld King was indeed lucky. Originally, the Underworld King had reported to the Saint clan that he had failed the test, but the Saint clan did not blame him. Instead, they ordered them to go to a nearby place to investigate the situation. It turned out that at the border of the Cloud Desolate Territory and the nearby Whitebone Territory, someone had dug out a prehistoric fossil. Therefore, the Saint clan that the Underworld King was affiliated with had ordered the Underworld King to go and investigate the situation. Without this order, the Underworld King would probably have been destroyed. Just the thought of Su Yu destroying the stone statue of the great Saint Emperor Xiaoyao made Qing Mu shudder. Fossil? Su Yu asked thoughtfully. Qing Mu blinked. Senior, don't you know about fossils? Su Yu was in a 9-star civilization, but he did not know what a fossil was. Wasn't this too far-fetched? Speak clearly, Su Yu said. Qing Mu did not dare to hesitate. The so-called fossil is a kind of energy crystal deposited in the depths of the 9-star civilization. The energy inside is enormous. Su Yu knew nothing about it, and he did not know how enormous it was. For example, to what extent is the energy? Su Yu asked casually. He was not interested. Energy crystals were not unfamiliar. Some civilizations even used crystals that contained special energy as currency. There was nothing strange about it. The fossils that the Saint clan valued were probably similar, except that the energy was slightly higher. Sir, there is something you do not know, Qing Mu said. It is said that the energy is the core of the 9-star civilization. Once it is emptied, the 9-star civilization will fall into a dead state. First, the spirit energy will dry up and the mountains will die. Then, all kinds of spiritual creatures will be on the verge of extinction. Finally, the civilization will not survive and become a dead place. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Weren't that the countless abandoned civilizations in the starry sky? Those civilizations were once 9-star civilizations, but every time they reached a certain stage, they would become a land of death. Su Yu had always thought it was similar to the destruction of an 8-star civilization. Only now did he understand that it was the 9-star civilization that had overexploited, causing the civilization to be on the verge of extinction. For countless eras, the Nightmare Crossing beings were like blood-sucking bugs, sucking up the resources of one civilization after another. Then they would constantly change to a new civilization, which was why there were so many decadent worlds in the outside world. Su Yu was a little confused and said, "If we excavate the ores like this, what should we do after the 9-star civilization is squeezed dry?" Greenwood laughed. "Senior, you're worrying too much. Whenever a civilization is on the verge of collapse, a new civilization will be born to provide for our esteemed 9-star civilizations to migrate and continue to thrive." Upon hearing this, Su Yu shook his head slightly. This idea was not advisable. This was similar to the idea that if the sky collapsed, there would be a tall person to hold it up. They both pushed the responsibility to the capable person and enjoyed the moment with peace of mind. "How are you so sure that a new civilization will be born?" Su Yu asked meaningfully. It was unknown where those civilizations came from. It was unimaginable how much energy was needed to create such a huge 9-star civilization. Who would provide such energy? How could one hand one's fate to an unknown existence? Greenwood scratched his head. How would we know? Anyway, it has always been like this, and there has never been an accident. Su Yu shook his head and said, "Do you know where the fossil is?" He was a little interested in the fossil. Greenwood said cheerfully, "I have also received instructions from my family." He took out a round plate on which was a moving map of the cloud wilderness. An orange light spot was shining on it. "This is the place." Su Yu looked over and could not help but be surprised. What a coincidence! This location was exactly where the great sickle of 10,000 tribulations was. Could Emo Hung have brought the great sickle of 10,000 tribulations here? Su Yu thought for a moment and said, "Sinful girl, take the cauldron to the Sangtian mountain first, but don't go to that territory. Find a nearby place to hide temporarily and wait for my return." "All right." The sinful girl nodded. Gu Taishu was likely to appear in that territory, and there was no one in the cauldron who could compete with Gu Taishu. "Lead the way," he said to Greenwood. Greenwood was happy to do so, and immediately led the way. As he walked, he took out a flying doctrine artifact and said, "Senior, please board." Su Yu took a look and found that it was a mountain-shaped doctrine artifact. "What is it?" Su Yu asked. Greenwood said, "A flying doctrine artifact, unique to the Cloud Wilderness. It is extremely fast, comparable to space teleportation. It will take at most 2 days to reach the destination." "2 days?" Su Yu said, stroking his chin. "Both of your Saint clans know about this, so there is no reason for the other forces not to know. In 2 days, someone will have already gotten to it." Greenwood said helplessly, "That can't be helped. We are far away, and it is likely that those who receive the news first, or those who are near the fossil, will benefit from it." Su Yu said, "What I mean is we can also shorten the time." Greenwood was startled, and his face was bitter. "Senior, please don't make things difficult for me. This flying doctrine artifact is already the best in the Cloud Wilderness. I can't do anything about it, no matter how good it is." He was a little depressed. This senior probably didn't know how far the destination was from here. Even a great saint would need at least 3 days to reach it. Even if Su Yu had the strength of a great saint, 3 days was inevitable. 2 days was already the limit, and Su Yu was still not satisfied. "I know the space domain. Why bother with a doctrine artifact?" Su Yu said expressionlessly as he formed the space domain around him. Perhaps in the 8-star civilizations, the space domain was rare, but in the 9-star civilizations there should be some. Otherwise, the flying treasure that Greenwood had just taken out had a space domain level that was very close to the origin level. It must have been made by someone who had mastered the origin level space domain. Senior, you are an origin level space domain master? Greenwood was dumbfounded. "Senior, are you from the Space Saint clan?" Indeed, the 9-star civilizations had a race that specialized in the space domain. Chapter 2959. The Space Master was a creature sent by Emperor Xiaoyao to the 8-star civilization to guard the place. His origin was still a secret. Most likely, he had something to do with the so-called Space Saint clan. "Sort of," Su Yu said calmly. Part of his primordial space realm was successfully cultivated by the bloodline power of the Space Dominator. It would not be wrong to say that he had something to do with the Space Saint clan. Gulp. Qingmu swallowed hard, his eyes filled with fear. The Space Saint clan was the strongest clan in the cave, ruling over 100 territories, including the Cloud Desolate territory. He did not expect Su Yu to come from such a clan. No wonder he had the guts to lead a group of disorderly people to establish a great clan. Perhaps he was a member of the Saint clan, just like himself, and wanted to establish his own clan. But the other party's background was more than 100 times greater than his. "Elder, your cultivation and identity are things that I can only hope to achieve in this lifetime." Qingmu's respect grew. Su Yu did not bother to explain. "Cut the crap, lead the way." Qingmu immediately pointed in a certain direction and said, "It's trillions of miles away from here." The Yuan realm space around Su Yu flickered, and he disappeared with Qingmu. As for the sinful lady, she led the tripod's forces to the Sangtian mountain. Somewhere in the cave, a group of white-robed masters of the Tao of the Heavens stood respectfully in a magnificent palace that stood atop a mountain. There were many of them, and they filled the sky above the hall. There were at least 100,000 of them. They all stood solemnly with their hands clasped behind their backs, looking up at the sky as if they were waiting for something. After a moment of silence, a silvery bell-like sound came from the sky. A beast carriage, pulled by a snow-white, demonic beast, sped over. The crowd was excited. They knelt down on one knee and shouted loudly. The branch of the myriad cave Heavenly Law Palace pays its respects to the Grand Master. It turned out that this place was just a branch of the myriad cave Heavenly Law Palace. The carriage stopped, and a lovely 14-year-old girl dressed in a snow-white coat walked out leisurely from inside. She was the Grand Master of the Heavenly Law Palace, Bai Shui. The sun, moon, and stars faintly surrounded her. It was not an illusion, but a natural manifestation of her domain. To achieve such a level, one's cultivation had to be at least a great saint. Not bad. Ever since the Sword Sacred clan had seized 10% of the primordial energy, Bai Shui had finally broken through to the great sage level after years of accumulation, becoming the only great sage in the history of the Temple of Heaven. As long as she was willing, she could lead the Temple of Heaven to conduct a higher level appraisal and promote the Temple of Heaven to a sacred clan. However, she had other more important things to do, so she didn't have time to advance. "Please rise," Bai Shui said. The law masters of the branch palaces rose to their feet and looked at the shopkeeper, who looked like a young girl with awe. "Today, I have come to the branch palace for no other reason," Bai Shui said slowly. "A few days ago, the Son of Heaven Palace sent a message to the Temple of Heaven, asking us to investigate the large number of creatures that have suddenly entered the Temple of Heaven." This made Bai Shui frown. Actually, she didn't need to ask to know who did it. Who else could it be other than Suyu, who had taken advantage of her and stolen the Great Seal of the Heavenly Law Palace, as well as the stone statue seal? This guy deserves to be cut into pieces, but he's so tough. Bai Shui muttered. She had once thought that Suyu had died in the Black Abyss near the Sacred Sword Clan. Unexpectedly, a year later, she received news that a large number of unknown people had successfully entered the 9-star civilization using the official documents approved by the Temple of Heaven. She was happy and annoyed at the same time. "You actually made 1 trillion official documents. You are really impolite." Bai Shui's heart ached. The stone statue seal had most likely been destroyed, right? What was more distressing was that the old guys in the Temple of Heaven seemed to have realized that she had lost the Great Seal. They had even interrogated her before, but she had cleverly changed the subject. Now, she was trying to find a way to recover the Great Seal and the seal. The most effective way to find them was, of course, to find that be asterisk starred. "We will obey the orders of the Temple Master," the 100,000 Heavenly Law Masters shouted in unison. The scene was spectacular. They quietly waited for Bai Shui's further instructions. Since they were looking for someone, they should at least provide the person's appearance and characteristics. Bai Shui was also in a difficult position. She had spent a lot of time with Suyu, but Suyu had always been wearing a mask, so she couldn't see his face at all. Even now, she couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman. She could only tell from the voice that it seemed to be a man. This person's identity is unknown, so it won't be easy to find him. But since he has led a large number of living creatures to the cave of 10,000 heavenly law, he must have established some forces. Spread out and search the 100 territories. Pay attention to the new forces that have appeared. The Heaven Law Masters nodded. Under Bai Shui's command, they were divided into 100 teams, each responsible for searching one territory. When everything was done, the Temple Master said meaningfully, "Grand Temple Master, to tell you the truth, our Temple Master has recently received reliable news that a fossil was found at the border of the Cloud Desolate Territory and the Whitebone Territory." Hearing that, Bai Shui raised her eyebrows and gritted her teeth. A bunch of greedy things. Even now, they still don't repent. Have they forgotten where those abandoned 9-star civilizations came from? Any ambitious person knew that fossils were the foundation of a civilization and should never be destroyed. Otherwise, civilizations would wither away sooner or later. But they couldn't stop those who were blinded by greed. They kept searching for fossils and used the power within to improve themselves. Humans die in pursuit of wealth, and birds die in pursuit of food. For many years, the forces searching for fossils have never stopped. The Temple Master was worried. If the top few sacred clans don't take the lead, how will the forces below them know their place? Bai Shui was even angrier at the mention of this. Excavating fossils was a good start for the top forces. To ensure that their forces remained at the top, those forces spared no effort in excavating fossils. If they were still digging, how would the forces below them know their place? Grand Temple Master, it's best that we don't interfere. The sacred clans in the cave of 10,000 heavenly law are all ready to interfere. We can't stop them. The Temple Master suggested. Bai Shui snorted. Since I'm here, I won't let them do as they please. Grand Temple Master, you've just entered the Great Saint level. I'm afraid you shouldn't make them your enemy, the Temple Master said worriedly. There were many of them, and they were all veteran Great Saints. How could Bai Shui fight them? Bai Shui smiled slyly. I don't have to fight them head-on. All right, let me know if there's any news. I'll make a move first. Bai Shui immediately flew to the spot where the fossil had appeared. A day later, at the border of the cloud-desolate territory, Suyu and Qingmu tore through the space in front of a blazing mountain. Qingmu was shocked. Senior's Yuan realm has already been cultivated to the late stage, right? They had arrived here in just one day? Chapter 2960. Suyu replied calmly, more or less. His Yuan realm had been trained to its peak and could not go any further. If he went any further, he would have the legendary power that could rival that of the Holy Mountain's Emperor. Is that the mountain where the fossils appeared? Suyu looked at the mountains in front of him. One of the mountains was particularly eye-catching. It was blood-red all over, as if it had been splashed with a layer of divine blood. It gave off an eerie feeling. Qingmu followed Suyu's gaze and nodded slightly. Yes, when the fossils appear, there'll be a blood disaster. He paused for a moment, then said, but with your strength, you will definitely be able to survive. Blood disaster? What do you mean? Suyu also felt that the mountain was ominous. Qingmu thought for a moment, his eyes filled with confusion. I don't know if you believe in the so-called unseen. In fact, at Qingmu's level and status, he should have long understood that the so-called unseen was, in fact, some more powerful living beings. Suyu had felt this even more clearly after he had walked step by step from the dust-like Shenyue Island to where he was today. Every time he thought he had encountered the will of the heavens, the ruler of the unseen world. But in the end, those were just powerful living beings beyond his understanding. Go on, Suyu said calmly. Qingmu said, every time a fossil appears, it is accompanied by a certain amount of death. It is really as if it has long been predestined. There has never been an exception. Even the smallest fossils can cause a certain amount of death. And there are all kinds of ways of death and injury. Either they fight each other and cause rivers of blood, or they attract natural disasters, or some dangerous things appear, and so on and so forth. There are many possibilities. Suyu's eyes flickered slightly. A natural disaster? He wondered if the natural disaster that Qingmu mentioned was the one that he had thought of. However, although it is full of danger, many forces still come to fight for it because the benefits are too great. Qingmu's eyes were filled with desire. The power contained in those fossils is so terrifying that it's said that even an early Heavendao Lord can become a great sage. In fact, there are even peak great sages who rely on those fossils to break through the final barrier and become beings comparable to the Sky Clan. Although Suyu was tempted, he restrained himself. Fossils were obviously the essence of the 9-star civilization. Digging one piece was equivalent to digging one's own grave. Anyone with a bit of rationality would understand that they should resist. Senior, Do you want to go closer and dig? Greenwood asked. Suyu pondered it for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it. I just want to take a look. Suyu was not willing to dig his own grave. Moreover, he could sense the aura of several great saint-level experts, even though he didn't have a clear perception. Some of them were quite terrifying. If a great sage expert had deliberately concealed himself, he wouldn't have been able to detect it. One could imagine the danger of fighting over fossils, although he has the absolute heaven sword in hand. Using it once consumes almost all of his strength. In a situation where there were so many great sage experts, it was better not to rashly participate in the fight. When he thought of this, he once again added some heavenly book characters to his body, making his black robe even more secretive, making it difficult for others to detect his identity. As for Greenwood, if he was by her side, it would be too conspicuous. Wait here. I will go over and investigate, Suyu said. Greenwood nodded and watched Suyu go to the foot of the Blood Mountain, soon disappearing from his sight. With a thoughtful look in his eyes, he said, If we can further befriend you, it will definitely be beneficial to our Saint clan. Suyu arrived at the foot of the Blood Mountain. There were already several territories nearby, all of which had been occupied in advance. There were groups of at least 3 to 5 people, and at most hundreds of people. Suyu had no intention of fighting with them, so he chose a relatively quiet place to sit cross-legged and wait for the fossils to be completely born. Now he just wanted to see what a fossil was and why it could become the core of a 9-star civilization. There is someone here, can't you see? Suddenly, Suyu had just sat down cross-legged when a cold, unfriendly voice came. Suyu looked sideways and found that not far from him, under the shade of a tree, a woman in a yellow robe was sitting. She was extremely short, and her face was covered in a yellow robe that covered her whole body, leaving only her sparkling eyes visible. Is this owned by your family? Suyu responded indifferently. He wasn't too close to the woman, so he didn't affect her at all. Humph. Suit yourself. Don't regret it. The woman snorted and closed her mouth, silently cultivating. Suyu also closed his eyes and carefully sensed, only to find that the energy here was extremely rich, probably hundreds of times more than in the outside world. A day's training here was equivalent to about 100 days in the outside world. As expected of the place where the fossils are about to be born, the abundance of the energy is beyond imagination. Suyu was amazed. There were other places in the 9-star civilization where the energy was 100 times richer, but each of them had been occupied by the powerful families. Moreover, even if they occupied it, it was the core of the family, and only the enemy's clansmen were qualified to enjoy it. Now that there was a natural land here, one could imagine how precious it was. Suyu immediately sat cross-legged and opened the time realm. A day's training time was equivalent to 1,000 days' worth of training. Coupled with the hundreds of times more effective training here than in the outside world, the results of a day's training would be beyond imagination. Suyu did not hesitate to do it, and he immediately started to cultivate. Throughout the day, more and more forces arrived one after another. Among them was the Nether King. After the Nether King appeared, he looked at the strong men on the ground and couldn't help but click his tongue. He said, I don't know when the family will arrive. We are not qualified to compete at all. There were several Saint clan members present, so how could the Nether King compete? My lord, look over there. Suddenly, a confidant pointed to a corner. The Nether King followed his gaze, and his pupils shrank. Am I seeing things? Although Suyu was masked, he didn't deliberately hide his aura. He could still recognize that this person was the leader of the Cauldron. But how was that possible? After receiving the order from his clansmen, he immediately rushed over. Suyu couldn't be one step ahead of him, could he? My lord, he is training, should we? The confidant made a gesture of cutting his throat. The Nether King's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. He said, Do you still need to ask? He gave a look, and his confidant led the two of them over. However, before they were ready to move, a small tree suddenly grew on the ground in front of them, causing them to stop in their tracks. Chapter 2961. Why are you here? The Nether King asked in disbelief. Even if Qing Mu had received the news later, he shouldn't have arrived earlier than him. Qing Mu walked out of the tree and said, "The Saint Clan has our own special methods." Hearing this, the Nether King was confused, but he didn't think too much about it. Qing Mu was different from him. He was just a subordinate of the Saint Clan, but the Nether King was a direct descendant of the Saint Clan, so it wasn't strange for him to have some special methods. "Fine, you've come at the right time." The Nether King pointed at Suyu, who was meditating in Luoyang, and said in a low voice, "Look at this person. Do you recognize him?" Greenwood turned his head to look, his eyeballs rolling as he said, "Why is it him? Why is he here?" The Nether King's eyes turned cold. "It seems like you have recognized him. We were both harmed by him. Since we've met, let's—" He looked at Suyu fiercely, indicating that he wanted to kill Suyu. Qing Mu hesitated. "It's just a small verbal conflict. Is there a need to kill him?" The Nether King snorted coldly. "How can it be a verbal conflict? This person's life must be taken." After hesitating for a while, Qing Mu said, "Fine, I'll help you." His hands, which were hidden in his sleeves, were secretly activating the Nirvana artifact. When the Nether King attacked, he would also attack. Of course, his target wasn't Suyu, but the Nether King. As the saying went, it was easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to provide help in a time of need. If he could help his senior in a time of need, it would be a great favor. However, I've suddenly changed my mind. The Nether King's eyes shone with cruelty. "Isn't he cultivating? Then I'll make him go berserk. That will be the best punishment." Qing Mu's eyes flickered dangerously as he asked calmly, "What do you plan to do?" The Nether King laughed coldly. "Unfortunately, I have a portion of the crazy heart powder that was bestowed upon me by the Saint Clan. Once I inhale it during my cultivation, I'll definitely encounter all kinds of obstacles during my cultivation. In the end, I'll go berserk and become a cripple." Qing Mu's face was calm, and he didn't find it strange at all. This was because he and the Netherworld King were the same kind of people. In other words, there were no good people in the 9-star civilizations. The kind ones had long been devoured by the sinister 9-star civilization, and not even their bones were left. "Sure, let me have a look," Greenwood said calmly. The Nether King chuckled. "I've let you see a joke." He lifted his finger and opened his spatial storage device, taking out a white jade box. Who would have thought that his palm would be empty? What happened? The Nether King was stunned. He had clearly used his will to take out the insane heart powder. Why did he fail? He once again searched his space storage device with his consciousness, but what made him cry out in surprise was, "Where's my heart madness powder?" The insane heart powder in the spatial storage device had actually disappeared. He searched again in disbelief, but the result was that he couldn't find it. The heart madness powder was not a particularly precious item, but its disappearance was too bizarre. Could it be that if the transfer failed, the item would disappear from the storage device? "Brother Nether King, what's wrong?" Qing Mu asked in surprise. The Nether King looked at his palm and said, "Did you notice anything strange just now?" Qing Mu blinked his eyes and said no. Oh, it seemed like a gust of wind. He had indeed felt a strange gust of dark wind just now, but it had disappeared in a flash. Wind. The Nether King looked around but did not find anything strange. "That's strange," the Nether King said in surprise, "but don't worry about it." His gaze fell on Suyu again, and his eyes became cold. "Then let's just kill him." "All right." Qing Mu's eyes turned cold. Just as the Nether King was about to attack Suyu, he suddenly took out a wooden dagger from his sleeve and thrust it at the Nether King's abdomen. The Nether King was caught off guard, and he would definitely be killed by the dagger. Unexpectedly, the Nether King seemed to be prepared. A shield appeared behind him, and it blocked Ching Mu's dagger. Ching Mu's expression changed, and he looked at the Nether King. The Nether King turned his head, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Ching Mu, do you really think I'm that easy to deceive? Ching Mu had a bad premonition, and he immediately retreated. However, just as he retreated, the Nether King's strong martial artists joined hands to cast a giant net filled with lightning, and Ching Mu was instantly trapped within it. Only then did Ching Mu realize that he had been tricked. The Nether King looked at Ching Mu, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Your acting skills are too poor. I could tell from the beginning that there was something wrong with you. From what I remember, Ching Mu was quite arrogant. Why would he cooperate with me to kill someone? The Nether King's eyes revealed a cold smile. Furthermore, you kept asking me to cooperate with you. So, I guess that you were waiting for the best opportunity to strike. Ching Mu's expression was extremely ugly. He had wanted to help a senior, but had instead been captured by the Nether King. Nether King, if I were you, I would scram as far away as I can. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. The Nether King had already escaped from Su Yu's grasp. Now he had come out of his own accord. He was really seeking death. Is that so? The Nether King looked at Su Yu, then at Ching Mu. What's wrong with you? Why are you helping this motley crew? Ching Mu shook his head and laughed. You are the motley crew. The Nether King was puzzled. He wondered if Ching Mu had lost his mind. Forget it. The Nether King stared at Su Yu and said, Kill him first. One of his trusted subordinates immediately stepped forward. His cultivation had reached the middle stage of the Heavenly Lawmaster, so killing Su Yu should be a piece of cake. However, just as the trusted subordinate was about to reach Su Yu, a remnant mark, invisible to the naked eye, instantly shot out and killed the trusted subordinate, turning him into dust on the spot. The sudden change startled the Nether King and the others. What happened? The Nether King was in disbelief. The one who had died was a middle-stage Heavenly Lawmaster, who could be ranked among the top 4 Nether Kings. However, he had been killed without anyone noticing. Was this a dream? However, Su Yu opened his eyes slowly, and there was a hint of anger in them. You ran away, and I didn't even bother to look for you. I didn't expect you to come looking for me. The time domain around him stopped, and he stood up unhurriedly. The Nether King frowned, and his eyes flickered. He pointed at one of the middle-stage Heavenly Lawmasters and said, You go! The latter hesitated for a moment, then braced himself and stepped forward. He exerted his flame domain, which engulfed Su Yu. Su Yu stood where he was, motionless. With a flick of his finger, the opponent's flame domain was completely destroyed. Not only that, but the middle-stage Heavenly Lawmaster was also blasted into dust on the spot. This time, they finally saw Su Yu attack. Chapter 2962. The Nether King sucked in a breath of cold air. Even he couldn't kill a mid-stage heaven, Tao, Lord, with a flick of his finger. Yet, this human before him had done it with such ease. Was there even a need to ask about his true strength? Hee, Nether King, I've already warned you to scram as soon as possible. Why didn't you listen? Ching Mu took advantage of the moment when the Netherworld King's members were distracted to break free from the giant net and escape to Su Yu's side. There was a hint of gloating in his eyes. The Nether King finally understood. No wonder Ching Mu had suddenly changed sides. For a mere human, Ching Mu had gone against him, who was also from the hidden Sky Mountain. It turned out that Ching Mu had already discovered Su Yu's peerless battle prowess, which was why he had prostrated before him. Senior, please be magnanimous and let me off. The Nether King hurriedly pleaded. Greenwood coldly harumphed and said, Senior, you have to be careful. The Underworld King is extremely cunning. Don't look at how he's begging for mercy right now. In reality, who knows what he's planning? With the Nether King's coldness, he should know that begging for mercy was useless. Right now, he should be the same as before. On the surface, he seemed to be delaying everyone, but in reality, he was secretly using some sort of method. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, the Nether King suddenly took out an activated Tao artifact from his sleeve and threw it on the ground. Bang! When the Doctrine artifact came into contact with the ground, it immediately emitted a shocking amount of thunder and lightning, which weaved into a giant net and enveloped Suyu and Qingmu. His intention was obviously to obstruct Suyu and buy time for himself to escape. You want to keep me here? Hee, dream on. The Nether King turned around and fled. This Tao tool was a life-saving treasure that the saints had bestowed upon him. If he were to use it in a moment of danger, then even a saint powerhouse would have to resist it for an hour. An hour was enough for him to escape without a trace. I don't care who you are. Just wait for my revenge, the Nether King said without turning his head. His voice was filled with pride. But right at this moment, a voice rang out from behind him. How do you plan to take revenge on me? Tell me about it. What made the Nether King's body stiffen and his legs go soft, almost causing him to fall to the ground, was that the voice had come from Suyu. He turned his head to look behind him and was scared out of his wits. Suyu was 30 feet behind him. As for the lightning net that could trap a great saint for half an hour, it had been completely torn apart. Ah, you. The Nether King was horrified, and he subconsciously noticed that Suyu was holding a 5-colored halo in his hand. Under the effect of the halo, the lightning net was completely destroyed. Suyu said calmly, Tell me, how are you going to take revenge on me? He stretched out his palm, and the Nether King's neck was instantly grabbed tightly. The Nether King struggled with great difficulty. His face was filled with fear, as if he had already foreseen his impending death. Greenwood silently sighed, as if he could already see the Underworld King's neck being broken. However, what startled Qingmu was that after a long while, not only did Suyu not kill the Netherworld King, he even put him down and said, Do you still want to escape? What was going on? The Nether King was stunned. He thought that he would definitely die. But why did Suyu sound like there was still a chance of survival? I won't run, the Nether King said hurriedly. Suyu said calmly, Then lead the way and find your crazy heart powder. The Nether King was stunned. Crazy heart powder, it has gone missing. I think it must have been swallowed by the space in the space storage device after I failed to retrieve it. Or maybe it was transferred to another place before he could finish his sentence. Suyu interrupted him expressionlessly. It didn't go missing. It was stolen. Stolen. The Nether King and Qingmu blinked their eyes. The Nether King said, Senior, you must have made a mistake. I didn't have the time to retrieve the crazy heart powder just now. Suyu shook his head and made a grabbing motion in the air. A trace of a trajectory appeared on his palm. The trajectory was very special, and it was extremely obscure. This is the ancestral technique of retrieving objects from space. As a member of the Saint clan, Qingmu had good eyesight, and he immediately recognized the origin of the trajectory. He was stunned for a moment, and his face gradually became confused. This ancestral technique disappeared with the extinction of the Taihao Saint clan. No one has been able to successfully cultivate it. Wait, there is one person who might be able to. Qingmu couldn't help but think of a person. He was a legendary existence, and everyone knew him. He had a famous name, and that was the Saint Thief. It was said that there was nothing that he couldn't steal. The Nether King also understood, and said in surprise, Has the Saint Thief been here before? Recalling that Qingmu had just encountered a strange wind, he was even more surprised. How is it possible? It is said that the Saint Thief will not steal anything that is not rare in the world. What is my crazy heart powder? How could the Saint Thief take a fancy to it? Suyu solved the question for him. He touched his back with a slightly sullen face. The sword box on his back was still intact, but the absolute heaven sword had disappeared. I stole your things to divert my attention, Suyu said calmly. The saint thief didn't care about a bag of crazy heart powder. What he wanted was Suyu's absolute heaven sword. When he stole the absolute heaven sword, he also stole the crazy heart powder to distract Suyu's attention. Suyu only now realized that his absolute heaven sword had disappeared. The saint thief is really fated, Suyu murmured. In the past, when he was fighting with Gai Tianma outside the star, the other party saw his endless ancestral techniques and thought that he was a descendant of the saint thief who was proficient in many ancestral techniques. Unexpectedly, not long after, the saint thief paid him a visit. However, Suyu was not worried that the absolute heaven sword would be lost. That sword was not an ordinary sword, and ordinary people couldn't control it at all. In particular, there were two resentful spirits in it that had a close relationship with Suyu, and they would not allow anyone other than him to control the absolute heaven sword. You should have a way to find the crazy heart powder, right? Suyu asked. The Nether King suddenly understood. He thought for a moment and said, Yes, I have refined the crazy heart powder personally. As long as it is within 100,000 feet, I can sense its scent. 100,000 feet. Suyu's eyes flashed. Then stand still. He pushed his palm gently, and a gust of wind swept over, sweeping the Nether King away quickly. In just 2 breaths, he returned to his original place and overlapped with the residual shadow he left behind. However, his face was numb and his eyes were lifeless. Just now, he felt as if he had been pressed against the air and rubbed fiercely. He was almost crushed. I have sent you around 1,000,000 miles. How is it? Did you find out that your crazy heart powder was stolen? Suyu asked. The Nether King shook his head and came back to his senses. He quickly pointed in a direction. It is over there. Suyu followed his gaze, and his eyes became slightly deep. You really know how to find a place. Of all places, you chose to hide here. Chapter 2963. Why did so many forces wait patiently at the foot of the Blood Mountain, but did not dare to go up? Did they not want to take the initiative and wait in the Blood Mountain first? Obviously not. The only explanation was that the Blood Mountain was very dangerous, and they did not dare to go up. Therefore, even the great saints were waiting outside the Blood Mountain. How could Suyu not be in danger? However, he had to go, because the thing that was stolen was the absolute heaven sword. He really knows how to make trouble for me. Suyu's eyes flashed with a cold light. He waited here not only to look at the fossil, but also to wait for Emohung. Ever since he came here, he had been trying to sense the location of the great sickle of 10,000 calamity, but had not found any trace of it. Emohung must have thought of a way to temporarily block the great sickle of 10,000 calamity. Now, the god thief had stolen the absolute heaven sword for no reason, forcing him to leave and affecting his search for the great sickle of 10,000 calamity. Senior, can you let me go? The Nether King's eyes flashed. Suyu did not even look at him and said, Of course you can, but only if you come with me to the Blood Mountain and find the god thief. Into the Blood Mountain? The Nether King was shocked and said no. Senior, please spare me. I know I was wrong. Suyu's eyes flashed. There was definitely something wrong with the Blood Mountain. Why? The Nether King was stunned and looked at Suyu in surprise. Senior, don't you know that when the Blood Mountain is fossilized, it is a cursed place? Once you enter, you will most likely die. Even if you don't die at the time, you will encounter all kinds of bizarre events and die tragically. Qingmu agreed with this point. He said solemnly, Senior, you can't go to the Blood Mountain. Those who enter have never had a good ending since ancient times, and there is no exception. The most famous one is that there was once a 10,000 saints strong man from the Tian clan who forced his way into the Blood Mountain with his incredible cultivation. Qingmu's face was a little pale when he mentioned it. Later, he came back, but he collapsed after taking 10 steps out of the Blood Mountain. It is said that the 10,000 saints' strong man's skin was intact, but his insides were all shattered, including his bones and flesh. In the end, the person who collected his corpse accidentally pierced his skin. As a result, that great sage turned into a puddle of liquid and flowed away, leaving behind only a layer of skin. Su Yu's pupils constricted slightly. The one who had died was not an ancient saint or great saint, but a strong man at the level of all saints. And the way he died was too strange. Su Yu believed that his abilities were pretty good, but he knew that he would never be able to shatter a person's insides while leaving only his skin intact. From then on, no one dared to venture too deep. They all waited for the fossils to appear before fighting over them. Greenwood said seriously. The Nether King nodded repeatedly. That's right, Senior. Until now, we still haven't figured out what exactly is inside the Blood Mountain. Those who are lucky enough to escape are also tight-lipped, as if there's some kind of taboo. Therefore, Senior, please consider carefully. The Blood Mountain is a place where you can only enter but not leave. The Nether King said. Su Yu pondered for a moment and said slowly, if that's the case, why did the God Thief have the courage to break into the Blood Mountain? The Nether King and Qingmu hesitated, clearly not understanding. Su Yu's eyes shone with wisdom. The God Thief is a very cautious person. If I'm not wrong, there must be other mysteries in the Blood Mountain. He grabbed the Nether King and said, let's go! No, I don't want to go in. The Nether King struggled and was dragged into the Blood Mountain by Su Yu. As soon as he set foot on the Blood Mountain, Su Yu felt a wave of dizziness hit him, and he almost lost his footing. The strong men in all directions were even more alarmed. What are you two doing? Do you want to die? A great saint strong man who was hiding suddenly rushed out and stood at the foot of the Blood Mountain. Then several other great saint strong men appeared and stared at Su Yu with dissatisfaction. They obviously regarded Su Yu as the one who wanted to snatch the fossils first. Su Yu turned a deaf ear to them and continued to walk up the Blood Mountain. The great saint strong men suddenly became anxious, but no one dared to set foot on the Blood Mountain for fear of being cursed by the legend. They could only watch as Su Yu climbed to the top of the Blood Mountain and stood in front of a deep pit. That deep pit was the breeding ground of the fossils. Brat, if you dare to do anything to the fossils, we won't forgive you, a great saint strong man threatened. However, his threat was obviously useless, because no one who had entered the Blood Mountain had ever returned alive. All of them had been buried within it. What was the difference between forgiving and not forgiving? Su Yu stood at the edge of the deep pit and looked straight down. His eyes were filled with fear. This was not a pit, but the abdomen of some living creature. At a glance, the stone walls of the deep pit were all wriggling walls of flesh. Blood vessels were clearly visible, and some of them were even bleeding from the inside out. That was why the mountain had the color of a blood mountain. In the deepest part of it, a huge green round egg was beating slowly. It looked like a human womb. Could that be the womb that bred the fossils? However, this method of breeding was completely beyond expectations. It did not look like a breeding fossil. Instead, it looked like a human giving birth. Even the Nether King stared at the womb in shock. He was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. This is unheard of, he murmured. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that the fossils were bred in this way. Where is your crazy heart powder? Su Yu glanced at the bottom of the deep pit and did not find the figure of the God Thief. If there was no accident, the God Thief should be hiding. The Nether King retracted his gaze and immediately sensed. After a moment, he pointed to the southwest corner of the womb. It's there. Su Yu looked in the direction of his gaze and found that there was a sunken place there. You step back, Su Yu said. He could deal with the God Thief alone. The Nether King was overjoyed. He hurriedly retreated, preparing to leave the Blood Mountain. However, just as he ran to the mountainside of the Blood Mountain, the womb in the Blood Mountain suddenly trembled. It spat out a stream of air with residual liquid, which rushed up to the sky. Su Yu immediately dodged to the side. The stream of air flew into the air and then fell down powerlessly. Moreover, it happened to fall right towards the Nether King. The Nether King also noticed it and quickly dodged. No matter what the liquid was, it was best not to touch it. However, at the moment when he dodged, he stepped on an ancient sword that had fallen on the Blood Mountain. The ancient sword flew to the position of his chest and was inserted into the Nether King's heart. The Nether King looked at the ancient sword in his chest in disbelief and murmured, "As expected, I can't escape." Then his eyes rolled back, and he spat out blood and fell to the ground. The blood he spat out was all black blood. The ancient sword had been inserted into his heart so coincidentally, but the ancient sword had also bred some strong poison, which killed him with a single strike. Otherwise, a mere sword would not have taken his life. Suyu saw this, and his pupils shrank slightly. Wasn't this death too strange? Chapter 2964. This scene made the great saints at the foot of the Blood Mountain shudder with fear. Such a strange and coincidental way of death was truly frightening. When they looked at Suyu, they heaved a sigh of relief and showed a hint of pity. Some even gloated and looked forward to his misfortune. They were looking forward to when the disaster would befall Suyu. Suyu stared at the corpse of the Netherworld King, his heart turning cold. The Netherworld King was not weak. How could he have been killed by a sword under normal circumstances? But it was happening right in front of him. Just as Suyu was on his guard, the residual liquid that fell from the sky suddenly fell on the Netherworld King's body. Creak! The ancient sage Underworld King's corpse was instantly melted by the residual liquid and turned into a cloud of white steam. It turned out that the most dangerous thing was the residual liquid. Suyu immediately retreated cautiously, but just as he shifted his feet, he seemed to sense something and stopped. Looking down, he saw a small emerald green sword protruding from the ground. The tip of the sword was still glowing, and it looked like it was poisonous. Needless to say, this sword was poisonous, just like the one that killed the Netherworld King. Suyu's right foot paused in midair and slowly retracted, his face full of surprise. Fortunately, she was cautious, or she would have ended up like the Netherworld King. However, just as Suyu heaved a sigh of relief, a slight explosion suddenly sounded. Without hesitation, he leaped into the air with one foot and put up a defense around him. Not only that, but he also used the secret space technique to form a huge space collapse around him. Anything that attacked him would be devoured by the space collapse, unable to harm him. Almost at the moment when he put up his defense, the space collapse around him shook violently. Suyu fixed his eyes on it and saw that a residual liquid had fallen into the space collapse. It quickly melted through the space collapse and dripped onto the ground. Some of it even broke through the space collapse and almost shot Suyu. If he had not put up a defense in time, he would have been shot by this sudden residual liquid. Judging by the fate of the Netherworld King, it would be difficult for Suyu not to die. He looked towards the source and found that after the Netherworld King's body had melted, some of the Nirvana artifacts had not melted in time. However, under the corrosion of the residual liquid, it exploded and splashed the residual liquid. Coincidentally, the direction in which the residual liquid had splashed was Suyu. Suyu's back was drenched in cold sweat. He finally understood why even strong men of the level of all saints had died here. He clicked his tongue and carefully landed on the Blood Mountain again. Sensing the danger in this place, Suyu intended to leave. However, when he saw the holy pirate hiding in the deep pit of the Bloody Mountain, he clenched his teeth slightly. He leaped, but not only did he not leave, he jumped into the deep pit. As he descended, he could hear the whistling of the wind and the strong smell of blood. It was as if he had really entered the stomach of a living being. As he got closer and closer to the ground, he felt a strong sense of danger. It was as if Suyu had aroused the vigilance of some kind of powerful creature, which had erupted with hostility toward Suyu. Puff! All of a sudden, the uterus at the bottom spurted out another wave of residual fluid, and it flew toward Suyu. Suyu was already prepared for this, so he quickly moved aside. The residual liquid brushed past his body and shot onto the fleshy stone wall, filled with blood vessels. With a sizzling sound, the blood vessels on the stone wall melted away. A large amount of blood spurted out, dripping from top to bottom, covering the entire deep pit. Suyu had nowhere to hide. His eyes flashed, and he looked at the place where the holy pirate was hiding. It was the only place with shelter. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed, and he instantly hid in the place that could shelter him from the wind and rain. Just then, the blood rain poured down, although it did not seem to cause any danger when it fell on the ground. If it fell on a person's body, the consequences could be imagined. However, before Suyu was safe, a gust of cold wind blew behind him. Suyu displayed the ancestral technique of the Eagle clan without looking back. A sharp residual mark slashed behind him, and his eyes were even colder than before. You made me come here, holy pirate. You'd better give me a reason not to kill you. He came here all because of the holy pirate. Clang! There was a muffled sound. It seemed that two different forces had collided. When Suyu turned his head to look, he saw a mysterious woman dressed in gray clothes. Her eyes were filled with deep surprise. Like Suyu, her whole body was covered. Only her eyes were exposed, and her true appearance was unknown. Just now, this woman pulled out a dagger and stabbed it at Suyu. As a result, the dagger was knocked away by Suyu's ancestral technique. The Eagle clan's ancestral technique? The woman's voice was as crisp as a yellow oriole. There was a sense of déjà vu in her voice. Suyu turned around, stared at her, and said, "Before you die, do you have any last words to say?" She should be the holy pirate, and the absolute heaven sword was most likely with her. The only thing that surprised Suyu was that the legendary holy pirate turned out to be a woman, and a very young one at that. The gray-clothed woman's beautiful eyes turned, and she suddenly took a step back. Suyu was already very cautious in this place. How could he not be on guard against the strange movements of the other party? Without saying anything, he covered his whole body with a layer of space collapse, and he also displayed an ancestral technique. It was an auspicious Buddha's light which enveloped him. Right at that moment, the space collapse instantly broke, and a snow-white, jade-like finger wrapped in the remnant of the ancestral technique pierced through the space collapse and pointed at Suyu's back. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. The finger attacked the Buddha's light on the surface of Suyu's body, and it could no longer pierce through. You have both the Eagle clan's ancestral technique and the ancient Buddha's ancestral technique. Who are you? A cold voice came from behind. Suyu turned his head and looked over, and his eyes narrowed. He saw a beautiful woman with an indifferent face and a beautiful jade-like face, looking at Suyu in confusion. Suyu's body shook, and the Buddha's light burst out, shaking the woman away. He stared at the woman and said lightly, "It turns out that you are the holy pirate." When he saw the gray-clothed girl, he thought she was the holy pirate. But at this moment, it seemed that this beautiful and mature woman whose strength was far above her was the real holy pirate. It was just that she and the girl were in the dark, one in the light, and the other in the dark, confusing Suyu. The absolute heaven sword should be with her. I heard that outside of the 9-star civilizations, there is a successor of mine who is proficient in many ancestral techniques. Is it you? The holy pirate stared at Suyu with her beautiful eyes and said slowly. Suyu was surprised. Aren't you too well informed? The battle between him and Gaetano had not been long ago, and the 9-star civilizations had yet to know about it. But this woman had already heard about it? It was really unimaginable. The holy pirate took a step back and said, "It turns out to be you. Your Excellency, you have great skills. Even Gaetano could die in your hands. It seems that I have stolen from the wrong person." She knew the strength of Gaetano. Since he could die in the hands of Suyu, it showed how powerful Suyu was. Chapter 2965. Suyu stared at the god pirate and said coldly, "So much nonsense. Are you saying your last words?" Another ancestral technique condensed in his palm, and one could vaguely see a claw mark floating up and down in the surroundings. Holy Pirate shook his head. "I only said that I stole from the wrong person. That does not mean I need to fear you." His clothes fluttered, and a layer of golden light covered the surface of his body, vaguely resembling a Buddhist robe. As his 5 fingers curled around, an extremely sharp and clear remnant mark appeared. In terms of the power of the remnant, Suyu was even inferior to it. Moreover, the other party's cultivation had reached the great sage level. If they were to really fight, it would be difficult to say who would win and who would lose. Holy Pirate said, "I thought you were from the Sword Holy Tribe, so I stole your absolute sky sword. I did not expect it to be in the hands of an outsider." As he spoke, he pulled out the absolute heaven sword from his spatial storage device. She stared at the sword, shook it, and said, "This sword is dangerous. It will only cause more trouble if it falls into your hands. It's better for our people to keep it safe." Oh, according to Holy Pirate, she was not acting alone. She had more than one partner. However, this kind of occupying someone else's belongings with a dignified reason was really disgusting. If you want to steal it, then so be it. I'll even respect you for having some skills. Yet you insist on making yourself look good, Suyu said bluntly as he pressed down with his claw. Holy Pirate's face was still cold. He shook his head and said, "You don't know anything." As he spoke, he pointed his finger, and a long snake-shaped mark passed through space and lashed out. The 2 ancestral techniques collided in midair, obliterating each other silently, not causing any damage. In the end, Suyu's ancestral technique was slightly superior. The remaining marks fell on the golden streamer on the surface of the divine thief's body, causing a ripple before vanishing. Without waiting for the Holy Pirate to speak, her beautiful pupils shrank as Suyu displayed 10 ancestral techniques in a row. Every single one of them was filled with a powerful might that was not inferior to the previous one. Moreover, this was only the beginning. Suyu's fingers did not stop. One after another, ancestral techniques were displayed between his fingers. Holy Pirate was shocked. "Where did you get so many ancestral skills?" The reason why she grasped 7 or 8 types of ancestral techniques was because she often robbed other people's ancestral tombs and dug up the funerary objects. However, Suyu had mastered more than 7 or 8 of them. From the looks of it, there were at least 10 of them. "When you go to hell, Gai Tianma will tell you," Suyu said lightly. Holy Pirate calmed himself down and cast 8 ancestral skills. 4 of them were for defense, and the others were for attack. However, Suyu then displayed the endless ancestral techniques. How could the god thief's tyrannical ancestral technique contend against them? Holy Pirate finally felt that things were a little tricky. "Don't go too far. Do you want to disturb the uterus?" "You should have seen how dangerous it is," Saint Pirate said. It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned this matter, but now that she did, Suyu was enraged. "Then I'll have to ask you what's wrong with your brain, to actually make me come here." As he spoke, his 10 fingers continuously flicked out, simultaneously releasing 10 different offensive ancestral techniques. Holy Pirate took a deep breath, and her scalp went numb. She felt that she was not facing a living creature, but a human-shaped ancestral technique casting machine. Without hesitation, Holy Pirate immediately gave up using her shallow ancestral techniques to contend against Suyu. Instead, she held the hilt of the absolute heaven sword. How powerful was the absolute heaven sword? Even if it was not unsheathed, in the hands of a great saint like her, it could exert the terrible power of the absolute heaven sword, which was far stronger than in the hands of Suyu. She pressed down with the sword. All of a sudden, the seemingly dangerous remnants that Suyu had cast were like candles in the wind, instantly extinguished. "See? Don't force me to hurt you." Holy Pirate did not continue to attack, but stared at Su-yu calmly. Su-yu was calm and even stopped using the ancestral techniques. He said leisurely, "Who gave you the courage to hold onto other people's things at will?" Holy Pirate was shocked, but then she felt relieved and said, "Don't try to trick me. I know better than you what the absolute heaven sword is. Except for the holy mountain sun, it will not surrender to anyone. You can't control it." "Is that so?" Su-yu's lips curled up slightly. All of a sudden, the absolute heaven sword in Holy Pirate's hands shook violently, uncontrollably, and it fell out of Holy Pirate's hands. Before Holy Pirate could catch it again, Su-yu had already taken a step forward and grabbed the absolute heaven sword. Not only did he take back the absolute heaven sword, Su-yu held the sword and thrust it forward, stabbing at Holy Pirate's chest. Everything happened so suddenly that both sides were caught off guard. When Holy Pirate reacted, the sheathed absolute heaven sword had already touched Holy Pirate's chest. The cassoc's golden flowing light was extinguished like a piece of paper. The absolute heaven sword touched his chest mercilessly. Ah! With a miserable scream, Holy Pirate's face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell heavily on the uterus. There was a bloody hole in his chest, and colorful divine blood kept flowing out from it. "Master!" The young girl behind him screamed and immediately rushed forward to help Holy Pirate up. Her eyes were full of anxiety and resentment as she said, "Why are you so cruel? If my master wanted to hurt you, she would have done it a long time ago." Su-yu held the absolute heaven sword expressionlessly and said, "From your point of view, your master really didn't do anything wrong. But from my point of view, she stole my absolute heaven sword and caused me to suffer the Blood Mountain's curse. Even killing her wouldn't be enough, let alone injuring her." He walked forward with the sword in his hand and said calmly, "Are you ready to die?" The young girl stood in front of Holy Pirate, and her eyes were firm. She said, "If you want to kill someone, kill me first." Su-yu's face was expressionless, and there was no pity in his eyes. Fine. He had been cultivating for so long that he didn't have much pity in his heart anymore. What he had in his heart was ruthlessness to get rid of future troubles. In particular, his cauldron had been made public, so he couldn't tolerate a strong threat like Holy Pirate. "Kai, get out of the way." Holy Pirate gritted her teeth, and her mouth was full of divine blood. She took out a black long sword and stood up. "Go back and tell your uncle that something has happened." "I can't go back." "Master," the young girl said sadly. Holy Pirate touched her head, and his indifferent face showed a rare gentleness. "Life and death are common for us. Why should we care about it?" He pushed the young girl away and stuck a space charm on her body. He said, "When you go back, train hard." As he spoke, he was about to activate the charm. However, with a whoosh, the charm was swept away by a space realm and fell into Su-yu's palm. Holy Pirate's eyes turned cold. He said, "Your Excellency, do you want to kill me? My apprentice didn't offend you." Su-yu held the charm, clenched his 5 fingers and crushed it into pieces. Chapter 2966. Undress? The girl hugged her chest and shrank back in fear. Her eyes were filled with fear, but when he touched Holy Pirate behind him, he did not dare to retreat. If they retreated, no one would be able to stop this person's murderous intent toward Holy Pirate. "What do you want to do?" The gray-clothed girl asked weakly. God Thief clenched his teeth and scolded. "Shameless! Kai, don't worry about me. This person is ruthless and ruthless. Your sacrifice won't change anything." The gray-clothed young lady looked at Su-yu anxiously. She was afraid, yet she did not dare to retreat. She asked, "Must you be so ruthless?" Su-yu was expressionless. How troublesome. He grasped the absolute heaven sword and swung it lightly. The sheathed absolute heaven sword drew a sword mark that was neither light nor heavy, and it streaked across the girl's body. Chila! With just the right amount of power, the girl's gray robe was completely blown away, revealing her true appearance. It was a 20-year-old girl dressed in a pink dress. Her appearance was ethereal and elegant, like a wild fairy. She was tall and slender, and her skin was as white as snow. It turned out that she was still a beautiful girl who had just grown up. However, Su-yu's attention wasn't on her beauty, but on her appearance. Her cold eyes were like a melting iceberg, and they were filled with blazing sunlight and excitement. "Kaya, it's really you." Su-yu's voice was slightly excited, and it seemed like he was speaking incoherently. The girl hugged him even tighter and asked with tears in her eyes, "What do you want?" Just now, the holy thief had called out her name, Ka'er. Hence, when Su called out to her, she did not react at all. "Su-kai, or why are you here?" Su-yu excitedly stepped forward, grabbed her shoulders, and asked in surprise. The young girl in front of him was none other than Su-kai, who had left without saying goodbye and gone out to gain experience. At that time, the 8-star civilization had not yet fallen to the fate of being destroyed by the holy mountain. Su-yu was worried that Su-kai had been annihilated by the holy mountain. Unexpectedly, not only did she not die, but she also came to a 9-star civilization and became the holy pirate student. It was simply unbelievable. "Who are you?" Su-kai's pupils shrank as she struggled to free herself from him. In the 9-star civilization, she had never told anyone that her surname was Su. Even her teacher, Holy Pirate, only knew her as Ka'er. "Do you know how to read minds?" Su-kai'er asked. This was the only way to find out her hidden surname. Su-yu smiled excitedly. "I am your father!" "Su-kai," Su-yu suddenly said. If he were to announce his identity, then how could he, a woman, acknowledge Su-kai'er? As a father, how could he have the face to meet a woman as a woman? "Are you my father?" Su-kai'er glared at him in anger. "Don't talk nonsense." Su-su, Su. Su-kai, Su-kai, Su-kai. Su-kai'er was stunned. She was sure that there were not many people in the 9-star civilizations who knew her father and knew her. For a moment, he couldn't help but believe most of it, muttering, "You really know how to take advantage of others. You want to be my father? You." She cast a sidelong glance at Su-yu and said, "What kind of friend are you?" "Su." "Isn't that a woman's name?" Su-kai'er's brows furrowed. Su-yu coughed and changed to a woman's voice. "In terms of body, I am indeed a woman." Su-kai'er became even more suspicious. "What is your relationship with my father? Are you really just friends?" Su-yu glared at her. "What else can we be?" Su-kai'er snorted. "That's not necessarily true. I heard from my mother that my father was a playboy when he was young. He was never short of women." She looked Su-yu up and down. "You are so mysterious. I can tell you have something going on with my father." Su-yu had the urge to beat her up. How could she say that about her father? Although it was the truth. Let's not talk about that. Why are you here? Don't you know this place is dangerous? Su-yu looked around again, his brows furrowed. Not only was he cursed, but Su-kai'er was also cursed. Su-kai'er blinked and said hesitantly, "Can you let go of my master first?" "Really, she is a good person. I thought you were from the Sword Saint clan, and that was why those B***stars stole your absolute heaven sword. I didn't expect you to be my father's friend. Can you let go of my master for my father's sake? Everything is really just a misunderstanding." Su-yu waved his hand. "Forget it. Since she is your master, I will let bygones be bygones." He wanted to have a good chat with Su-kai'er about how she had survived all these years, so he said, "This is not a good place to talk. Let's leave quickly to avoid being cursed." Su-kai'er said hurriedly, "Thank you, Aunt Ryu, but we can't leave yet." "Aunt Ryu?" Su-yu's mouth twitched, and he asked, "Why can't we leave?" Su-kai'er I helped the holy pirate up and said, "Let my master explain. I don't quite understand either." The holy pirate wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. He couldn't adapt to the sudden turn of events, and he was still a little confused. The person who had almost killed her was the friend of her apprentice's father. If his friend was so powerful, how powerful was his father? Why hadn't Kai or mentioned it before? She paused, looked at Suyu deeply, and said, "I don't know your relationship with the Saint Mountain Emperor." Suyu said without hesitation, "Absolutely irreconcilable." The hatred between him and the Saint Mountain Emperor couldn't be washed away no matter how long it took. The holy pirate saw that Suyu was sincere, so he said, "Then there's no harm in telling you." She pointed at the throbbing womb. "Do you know what this is?" Suyu touched his chin and shook his head slightly. The rumor in the outside world said that it is a womb for breeding fossils, but now it seems that is not the case. The holy pirate nodded deeply. "Yes, this is indeed not a womb for breeding fossils, but a womb for breeding the stone fetus son of heaven." "What?" Suyu's heart shook fiercely, and his eyes became sharp instantly. "You mean the fossil is the stone fetus son of heaven?" The holy pirate shook his head. "To be precise, the fossil is the stone fetus son of heaven that died in the womb. If it is successfully bred, it will be the new stone fetus son of heaven." This was the first time Suyu had heard of such a theory, and he couldn't help but feel that it was a fantasy. Since ancient times there had been 10 stone fetus sons, so how could there be an 11th one? Moreover, everyone knew that the stone fetus son of heaven was born in the Saint Mountain. Only the mystical land of creation there could produce a stone fetus son of heaven. "It is hard to believe, isn't it? But it is the truth," the holy pirate said. "In the last era, the human ancestor killed 2 heavenly sons. Among them, Mirrorflower Heavenly Son was seeking reincarnation with his great magical power. But the other heavenly son had to be reborn in other ways." Suyu's pupils shrank. It went without saying who the other heavenly son was. It was the nine-tailed heavenly son. Chapter 2967. However, wasn't the nine-tailed emperor already dead? How could he be reborn? Back then, the stone statue of the nine-tailed son of heaven was shattered by the human ancestor using the mortal life cauldron. It was broken and had no chance of being reborn. However, Suyu hesitated again as he thought about Prince Mirrorflower. Mirrorflower Heavenly Prince wasn't torn to pieces yet, but he used his remains as a foundation to prepare for rebirth, and he almost succeeded. If Suyu didn't have the divine monument of the ultimate ruin, which could restrain it, Mirrorflower Heavenly Prince would have been mostly reborn by now. If the Mirrorflower Heavenly Prince could be reborn, why couldn't the nine-tailed Heavenly Prince? However, a large portion of Mirrorflower Heavenly Prince's body remained. What could the nine-tailed Heavenly Prince rely on? Suddenly, Suyu's heart shook, and he took out an emerald green pearl. The bead released a smooth luster, and there was a faint flicker of spiritual light. What was even more strange was that there was an eye on the bead. It was as if this was not an ordinary spatial storage device, but a living eye. It was none other than the 9-jade spiritual pearl that he had not used for a long time. The true form of the 9-jade spiritual pearl was the eye of the nine-tailed emperor. Back then, the other eye that came from Huangfu Yi had released the first-generation demon emperor of the demon race. The remaining eyeball came from the remains of the nine-tailed emperor. In terms of purity, this eyeball was clearly superior. The stone statue of the nine-tailed son of heaven has been shattered into pieces, and only this eye has retained its essence, Suyu murmured. If the nine-tailed emperor wanted to be reborn, he would need the help of this eye. If you want to be reborn, you'll have to ask me first. Suyu said calmly as he put away the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Su Kai didn't hear what Suyu was muttering, so she said, "One of the other rebirth methods is this kind of womb." At this point, Su Kai said with deep hatred, The Emperor of the Sacred Mountain is willing to do anything for himself. He doesn't care about the lives of the other living beings in the great beginning realm. Su Yu looked at the womb and narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to say that the fossil inside is actually a part of the nine-tailed Emperor's body? Su Kaier nodded. Exactly. Back then, the human ancestor shattered the nine-tailed Son of Heaven, and it no longer had a stone statue body. It could only reassemble its body. This fossil is actually the body that the Son of Heaven of the Holy Mountain condensed by absorbing the essence of the nine-star civilization. She clenched her fists and said, I hate the Sacred Mountain Son of Heaven for deceiving the common people, saying that the fossil was naturally born by the nine-star civilization. Su Yu finally understood why the Holy Mountain prohibited the excavation of fossils. As it turned out, the so-called nine-star civilization crystal nucleus was actually the body of the nine-tailed Emperor. In that case, the so-called curse on the Blood Mountain was most likely related to the Sacred Mountain. Among the 10 heavenly sons of the Sacred Mountain, one of them was proficient in curses. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for such a terrifying, curse-shielding fossil to be successfully born. However, it is extremely difficult to successfully nurture a fossil. Most of them fail. Su Kaier said, even if we exhaust all the essences of a nine-star civilization, we might not be able to produce 10 fossils. Su Yu thought for a while and asked, did the abandoned civilizations outside the Xing River also decline because of this? Su Kaier said, of course. Any civilization had the ability to repair itself. So how could it be completely exhausted by ordinary mining? This is what the Holy Mountain claims to the outside world, saying that it is caused by too many creatures. In fact, this is not the case at all. Everything is a sin created by the Holy Mountain itself. Hearing this, Su Yu was suspicious and asked, as far as I know, the nine-tailed Emperor was destroyed an era ago, and the abandoned civilizations of the Xing River did not dry up in just one era. At this point, Su Kaier was also a little confused, and she looked at her master in confusion. She only knew one thing about the past and did not know the other. The holy pirate was silent for a moment, then said, the Holy Mountain absorbs the essence of various civilizations. Part of it is to restore their bodies, but more importantly, to maintain their own existence. Maintain existence? Su Yu's eyes narrowed. This was the first time he had heard that the existence of the Holy Mountain's heavenly sons needed to be maintained. What do you mean? Su Yu asked. The holy pirate said slowly, literally, the Holy Mountain's heavenly sons are not creatures of the great beginning realm. They forcibly came to the great beginning realm and occupied the Holy Mountain. They were regarded as aliens and rejected by the great beginning realm. In order to resist this repulsive force, the Holy Mountain's heavenly sons continue to absorb the essence of various civilizations. This is why almost all civilizations are destroyed. Hearing this, Su Yu suddenly understood, and the doubts in his heart were solved. The 8-star civilizations were massacred by the Holy Mountain every era, and this was probably the reason. Moreover, what is even more frightening is that the 9-star civilization that we are currently in is the only civilization that can bear all of our lives. Once it is destroyed, there will be no place for us to survive. The holy pirate was full of hatred. However, in order to maintain its own existence and regenerate the 9-tailed emperor, the Holy Mountain's heavenly sons still and scrupulously destroyed the remaining 9-star civilization. The holy pirate looked at the womb, his eyes full of hatred. Therefore, we took the risk to come to the place where the fossil was born, and we did everything we could to successfully kill the fossil in the womb, the holy pirate said. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. We. The we she was talking about was obviously not just her and Su Kaier, but another group of people. The holy pirate did not continue to speak cautiously, lest their existence be revealed. You already understand the matter. What do you want to do? Do it yourself, the holy pirate said. Su Yu stared at the womb, his eyes revealing a thoughtful look. He remembered that he had once seen a small civilization scattered in the vast galaxy, the Mecha civilization. That civilization had completely transcended the world of martial artists and become an extremely ordinary small civilization, somewhat similar to Earth in the past. However, it was much more advanced than Earth. Now that he thought about it, those civilizations should have been created by the Holy Mountain's heavenly sons, right? The purpose was to create more civilizations that were suitable for the survival of martial artists. However, in the era of low martial arts, it was bound to be an era of collapse of martial artists, and only the weak could survive. Therefore, if there were no accidents, the Holy Mountain might carry out a bloodbath of the powerful creatures in the world, leaving only the ordinary creatures similar to the Mecha civilization alive. However, what was the point of doing that? So you could not understand. The Holy Mountain's heavenly sons had consumed the resources of the entire great beginning realm. Even if they created a small civilization like the Mecha civilization, what was the point? Such a civilization would have such shallow spiritual energy that it was almost non-existent, and it could not provide for the Holy Mountain's heavenly sons to continue to maintain their own existence. Forget it. Let's get rid of the womb in front of us first. Su Yu shook his head. The level he stood at was still too low, and there were still many things he did not know. He looked at the womb and could not help but clench the absolute heaven sword. The Holy Pirate Alliance tried to stop him. Wait, break the womb now, unless you don't want to live. Su Kai nodded repeatedly. Yes, you saw the danger of the residual liquid in the womb just now. If you touch it even a little, you will die. Chapter 2968. Hearing this, Su Yu shook his head. Is there a need to go through so much trouble? He said indifferently, back off. Holy Pirate saw that he couldn't stop them, so he retreated and protected Su Kai. Su Yu waved his finger, and an origin-grade space domain surrounded the three of them. This scene caused Su Kai's expression to change, and she looked at Su Yu in astonishment. Origin-grade space domain. Wasn't this her father's unique skill? But before he could ask, Su Yu held the absolute heaven sword in his hand and slashed it at the uterus. Crash! The throbbing uterus was cut open on the spot, and a large amount of green liquid flowed out from it. Wherever it splashed, the place would be corroded, and even the space was no exception. Su Yu immediately sheathed his sword and activated the primordial space realm, which condensed into a giant lotus net around them. The residual liquid that splashed over corroded the lotus net, causing it to shake. However, it managed to withstand the corrosion and did not break. The Holy Pirate heaved a sigh of relief, and the way he looked at Su Yu changed drastically. Don't tell me this is the ancestral technique you stole from the Space Saint clan. The ancestral art of the space sacred race could never be stolen away. This was because the ancestral techniques were all passed down within the bloodline, and only the descendants of the bloodline could cultivate them. When a space sacred race clansman died, their bodies would be destroyed by the space domain in their bloodline. Not even a hair would be left. In the Space Saint clan, Su Yu's primordial space realm could only be cultivated by the elders. Where did Su Yu get his primordial space realm? But just as she was about to ask for more details, Su Kai screamed, "Mother!" After the uterus ruptured, a slim and graceful figure stood in the same place, dripping wet. She had fair skin, a slim body, and two watery, purple crystal eyes on her pretty face. At first glance, she was like a wild elf. Her appearance was 70% similar to Su Kai. Su Yu was also stunned. That was Qin Xianer. The child in the womb was actually Qin Xianer. Mother. Su Kai freed herself from Holy Pirate. She ran toward Qin Xianer. However, just as he took a step forward, Su Yu unsheathed his sword and struck. The cold sword light split the sky and split Qin Xianer into two. Dark red blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. Su Kai was stunned and shouted, "What are you doing? Why did you kill my mother?" Su lowered his head and said in a low voice, "That's not your mother." Her mother had passed away not long after Su Kaier had left. What stood there was just a fossil. Moreover, it was a psychic fossil that could peer into people's hearts. It knew where Su Yu's heart was, so it condensed Qin Xianer's shadow. As expected, when Qin Xianer fell to the ground, her body immediately turned into stone, turning into a broken stone statue. Su Kaier's eyes flashed with astonishment, and she said in a daze, "This is," Holy Pirate expressionlessly said, "this is the self-protection power of the fossil when it senses danger. It will condense into the darkest person or thing in the eyes of the creatures nearby. Then it will control the enemy." As he spoke, the Holy Pirate squinted his eyes and looked at Su Yu. "Su Kai, and you saw the same person. However, this person is Su Kai's mother, but who are you to her? Why is she the one in the darkest place in my heart?" The speaker had an ulterior motive, and the listener had an ulterior motive. Su Kai's ears twitched, and she cast a suspicious look at Su Yu. "Right. What is the relationship between you and my mother? How could the fossil sense that the darkest person in your heart is my mother?" She rolled her eyes and said with a faint smile, "Could it be that there was an ill-fated relationship between you and my mother that ended without any cause?" She didn't think that her mother had done anything wrong to her father. After all, the black-robed person was a woman. Su Yu slowly put his sword back into its sheath. His tone was indescribably depressed as he said, "Don't joke about your mother." Su Kai didn't know that her mother was no longer in this world. "You are a busybody." Su Kai snorted disapprovingly. She was about to continue asking who Su Yu was. All of a sudden, the crushed stones on the ground shook, then shot up into the sky and flew into the sky. In one of the stones, there was a pearl that was emitting a faint light. It carried all the stones and flew into the sky. Seeing this, the Holy Pirate was taken aback. "Oh no, this fossil has been successfully nurtured." Most of the fossils would die in the womb for various reasons. These fossils were usually snatched away by various forces to absorb the remaining power within them. Only a few were lucky enough to be nurtured successfully and go straight to the Holy Mountain. This fossil was one of the few that succeeded. The rubble that was emitting light was the best proof. Now, it was going to rush to the Holy Mountain. Su Yu's eyes narrowed. "I am here, and you want me to let you go back to the Holy Mountain?" He clenched his 5 fingers, and the entire sky above the blood mountain darkened. A pitch-black giant palm of space descended from the sky and slammed down fiercely. Bang! Most of the crushed stones were slammed down, and only the shimmering rubble was still stubbornly rushing upwards. Humph! Su Yu pressed his palm down, and the pitch-black, demonic palm clenched fiercely. It pinched the shimmering rubble and pressed it down quickly. Even so, the rubble was still resisting, trying to break free from Su Yu's control and fly to the Holy Mountain. Su Yu walked over and stepped on it. He said lightly, "Do you want to be a part of the body of the nine-tailed emperor? You'll have to ask me first." As he spoke, Su Yu took out the 9-jade spiritual pearl and activated it. All of a sudden, the rubble floated up uncontrollably and was automatically absorbed into the 9-jade spiritual pearl. As the only remaining core of the 9-tailed emperor's body, the 9-jade spiritual pearl naturally had the ability to control other parts. Unfortunately, this 9-jade spiritual pearl had been refined by Su Yu for many years, and it had long been under Su Yu's control. Then he collected the remaining rubble one by one, without missing a single one. Seeing this, the Holy Pirate was stunned. Is it over just like that? The Holy Pirate remembered that every time he encountered a successfully nurtured fossil, there would be an earth-shattering battle and countless deaths and injuries would occur. Even the lightest battle caused serious injuries to several great saints. In serious cases, there were even several deaths. Therefore, a successfully nurtured fossil would never allow itself to be captured alive. It would often take extreme measures at the last minute, such as self-destruction. The consequences of that were extremely serious. However, he did not expect Suyu to use an emerald green bead to successfully retrieve the fossil. It was unbelievable. "This pearl of yours seems a little special," the holy pirate said, squinting. This man was full of secrets, and he couldn't see through him at all. Suyu put away the pearl expressionlessly, looked at the empty blood mountain, and said, "Let's get out of here first and get rid of the curse." Although the fossil had been recovered, it didn't mean they were safe. The curse was still there. The holy pirate thought about it and said, "Come with me. We have a way to deal with the curse." Since she had rushed over, she was certainly prepared. Chapter 2969. The holy pirate flew upward, and Suyu immediately followed him. However, just as he arrived above the blood mountain, he heard a huge commotion. It turned out that when the fragments flew into the sky, many experts mistakenly thought that a fossil had appeared and came to snatch it. Coincidentally, Suyu and the other two came face to face. "You're still alive." A great saint remembered Suyu and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. There were very few people in the world who were still alive after entering deep into the blood mountain. Another great sage rushed over and discovered the situation at the bottom of the blood mountain and exclaimed, "Not good! The fossils are all gone!" All of a sudden, many pairs of eyes locked onto Suyu, the holy pirate, and Su-kai. "Hand over the fossil!" A group of people silently surrounded the three of them. To them, fossilization had the hope of transcending mortality and entering holiness. How could they give up just like that? The holy thief frowned slightly. There were 5 or 6 great saints in front of them. How could they be a match for them? However, holy thief was fearless. He snorted coldly and said, "A bunch of ignorant fools! If you want the fossil, you have to ask for our permission first." With a flip of her palm, a spinning flame token appeared in her palm. At the center of the token, a yin-yang fish eye appeared as it rotated like a taiji symbol, the Heaven and Earth Alliance. The pupils of several great sages shrank, and there was deep fear in their eyes. Which one of them wasn't a peerless powerhouse that guarded a region? However, in front of this token, all of them revealed fearful expressions. The weight of Heaven and Earth Alliance was obvious. "If you know, then step back," Holy Pirate coldly said as he put away the token. Sky and Earth Alliance is handling matters. If a normal faction does not want to get into trouble, it is best for them to leave. The 6 great sages present looked at each other and reluctantly retreated with gritted teeth. Suyu was surprised. Heaven and Earth Alliance? What kind of power was this? Not only was it unheard of, but it was also so powerful. Before he came to the 9-star civilization, he had read many books about the 9-star civilization, including the division of many forces, so he had some understanding. However, this so-called Heaven and Earth Alliance definitely did not exist in any ancient records. However, it was also well known and feared by many great figures of the 9-star civilizations. It was truly strange. However, it was naturally a good thing that he could use the mighty name of Heaven and Earth Alliance to temporarily leave this place. Otherwise, with so many great sages, it would be very troublesome. "Let's go." Holy Pirate led the 2 of them through the encirclement of many elites. However, the moment they were about to leave the Blood Mountain, the holy thief's eyes flashed, and he shouted anxiously, "Be careful!" A green whirlwind revolved around her body, protecting Suyu, Su-kai, and herself within it. Then she fled at an astonishing speed. Bang! But after a few steps, a dragon, and a Yuyu, a dragon pirate, the Suyu, and the sound of the bell that shook the soul swept across the area. The great saints nearby were caught off guard. They couldn't help but cover their ears in pain. Even the saint out, that the holy the saint was. Even though Holy Pirate was on guard, the green whirlwind around him was immediately shaken away. The said him, that, that, with To him, you the God, out you that. You were and you saint, pirate, Sue, you was, been, to Sue, you. At the same time, he separated a large portion of his soul domain to protect Sue Kai. Compared to him, Sue Kai was too weak. She couldn't even withstand a single soul attack from the Golden Bell. Hence, Su Yu had to bear the brunt of the attack. He groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because Holy Pirate had used the green whirlwind to cancel out some of the attacks. If he had attacked directly, it would not have been as simple as spitting out blood. Emo soul calming bell. Holy Pirate's eyes were solemn. He said in a deep voice, "Is it one of the 10 treasures of the famous sword Holy Tribe?" When the great saints in the vicinity noticed the existence of the bell, their faces flickered. The more tactful ones all left this place, aware that something bad was about to happen. As for those who didn't know what was good for them, they all silently observed their surroundings. Since the Yimo soul calming bell had appeared, it meant that a member of the Sword Sacred Clan was nearby. "Haha, looks like there are still people who remember our Sacred Sword Clan," a hoarse voice said. At the foot of the Bloody Mountain, in a hidden forest, 2 elders in long black robes walked out. Seeing them, Suyu immediately recognized them. They were the 2 who ranked slightly lower among the 5 great saints of the Sacred Sword Clan. In the past, when he was chased by the Sacred Sword Clan, Suyu had no choice but to break into a deep pit. He had experienced many dangers before he managed to escape. Seeing the 2 great saints of the Sacred Sword Clan again, he naturally didn't have a good expression. Moreover, if Suyu's guess was correct, the 2 hidden great saints that Suyu had sensed before were most likely them. The other elder said calmly, "I thought that after our Sacred Sword Clan suffered an accident, the world had forgotten about us. It's rare that they still recognize us." Holy Pirate's heart was heavy. The Heaven and Earth Alliance could deter most of the great saints, but the Sacred Sword Clan was an exception. The great saints of the Sacred Sword Clan not only had powerful cultivation, but they also possessed the most advanced Taoist artifacts of the 9-star civilizations. Their overall strength was a level higher than that of their peers, and they were very difficult to deal with. The power of the EMO soul calming bell just now was the best proof. Holy Pirate cupped his fists and said, "It turns out that you are a friend of the Sacred Sword Clan. How could I not know you? It would be best if they could resolve this peacefully. Using force was the last resort. Since you know me, why don't you hand over the fossil and get out of here?" The black-veiled elder said bluntly. Holy Pirate was in a dilemma. The recovered fossil was not an ordinary thing. If it was not properly kept, it could fly to the Holy Mountain. If that happened, the rebirth of the 9-tailed Heavenly Emperor would be further advanced. Now, there were only 8 Heavenly Emperors left, and they were still oppressing many creatures of the Absolute Beginning Realm. If there was one more Heavenly Emperor, it would be difficult to resist them. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him. The other elder did not have the slightest bit of patience. Seeing the hesitation on Holy Pirate's face, he was ready to activate the EMO soul calming bell. Holy Pirate's pupils shrank. How could she withstand the second attack of the EMO soul calming bell? However, just as the other party was about to activate it, Suyu suddenly displayed the space domain and instantly teleported the EMO soul calming bell in front of him. Seeing this, the 2 elders did not panic. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in their eyes. If the Taoist artifacts of the Sacred Sword Clan were so easily taken away, our clan would have been destroyed long ago. As he spoke, one of the elders displayed a magic art on the spot and activated the EMO soul calming bell from a distance. However, the moment before he displayed it, Suyu took out a dark green ball. This was the exquisite ball given to him by the Life Dominator. Chapter 2970. As soon as Suyu activated it, an emerald light emerged from the exquisite ball and enveloped the EMO soul-calming bell. The blood imprints that had been refined by the Sword Saint clan for many years were all extracted on the spot. The elder's chest tightened, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked horrified. How could one of the Life Saint clan's treasures be in your hands? Suyu smiled faintly. How do you think I will answer you? With a flick of his finger, a drop of blood flew out and quickly integrated into the EMO soul-calming bell through the exquisite ball. The other old man from the Sword Saint clan was enraged when he saw this scene. Stop! That was one of the great treasures of the Sword Saint clan. How could it fall into the hands of others? The status of the Sword Saint clan was not as good as it used to be. If one of the treasures of the clan were taken away on the spot, it would only attract more covetous eyes. In the blink of an eye, this person took out a jet-black iron ring and immediately activated it. An ape's roar came from within the black iron ring. The holy pirate's pupils shrank again. She pulled Sukai back and exclaimed, Is the Sword Saint clan crazy? How could they bring out two treasures of the clan? They even brought out the third-ranked black ape slave ring. If the power of the EMO soul-calming bell was infinite, the black ape slave ring was terrifying. If it was used by a great saint, it was enough to compete with a top great saint. Its power was unimaginable. It's good that you know. Accept your death with peace of mind. Crash! Inside the black iron ring, a black light suddenly appeared. A huge mass of black light emerged from the iron ring and condensed into a pitch-black ape the size of a mountain. The black ape wore a golden crown on its head and was covered in silver-white armor. Its right foot was covered with a black iron ring. The elder silently recited a spell, and the black iron ring gradually turned red, causing the black ape to howl in pain and beat its chest. Kill him! The elder pointed at Suyu coldly and ordered the black ape to kill. The black ape lowered its head, and its scarlet eyes immediately stared at Suyu. The moment it stared at him, Suyu felt a chill on his back, and he felt a sense of crisis. Holy Pirate hurriedly said, Be careful! That black ape was the black ape ancestor of the sacred tribe that was ranked third in the past. After he was replaced by the sword sacred tribe, the black ape ancestor's consciousness was destroyed and he was refined into the sword sacred tribe's guardian divine beast. In a 9-star civilization where the competition was fierce, there was a possibility that the Saint clan would perish. The black ape divine clan was able to be ranked third all those years ago, so their strength was unimaginably terrifying. Even though their consciousness had been obliterated and their strength had fallen greatly, how much could they have fallen? Roar! The black ape stomped down, and the scene was like the sky was collapsing. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He grabbed the EMO soul calming bell that he had yet to refine and retreated. Just as he was about to retreat, his huge feet stepped on the mountain of blood. In the end, with a rumble, the bloody mountain was razed to the ground on the spot, leaving behind a huge footprint that was tens of thousands of feet deep. Suyu had just dodged the attack when a strong stench and scorching heat surged toward him. Raising his head, he saw that the black ape had spat out a ball of black flames from its nostrils. Suyu unleashed a space primordial realm and engulfed all the flames with space collapse. Unexpectedly, the black flames even burned through the space collapse and headed straight for Suyu. Fortunately, Suyu had already dodged it again. However, the black ape's combat power was extremely strong. Before the two attacks had even landed, it had already prepared itself and pulled out the huge chain from its waist, lashing it down from above. Bang! Suyu only saw a blurry residual shadow before he was hit by the chain. His body was flung into the sky like a meteor. At this moment, Suyu felt as if his whole body was about to explode, and he was in severe pain everywhere. However, he had no time to care about the pain. His rich combat experience told Suyu that the black ape's second attack would appear immediately. Sure enough, another blurry residual shadow attacked. Suyu was prepared and dodged to the side. The residual shadow of the chain brushed past the space 1,000 feet behind Suyu and smashed down, causing the space to explode. Suyu was blown away on the spot, and there was a metallic taste in his throat again. He was annoyed. If he had not been focused on refining the EMO, soul-calming bell, he would not have been in such a sorry state. Roar! The 2 chains did not work, and the black ape lashed out with the chain again. The holy thief gritted her silver teeth and rushed out instantly. She condensed a sharp ancestral technique between her fingers and bombarded the back of the black ape. She muttered self-mockingly, "What kind of world is this? I actually want to help the people who hurt me?" However, when the ancestral technique attacked the back of the black ape, there was only a crisp sound of collision. It turned out that the silver-white armor of the black ape was the #1 treasure of the Black Ape Holy Clan. It had been improved and tempered by the Sword Holy Clan for many years, so its hardness was incomparable. Not to mention the Holy Thief. Even Huang Dashing of the Sword Holy Clan, with the strongest attack weapon of the Sword Holy Clan, could not break the silver-white armor. After being attacked, the black ape lashed out at Suyu with a chain and immediately turned to attack the Holy Thief. The Holy Thief was best at movement techniques. Her beautiful eyes shrank, and she resisted at an amazing speed. Suyu could not avoid it directly, but she could avoid it in time. However, the good times did not last long. As soon as she dodged the chain, the fist of the black ape, which had been waiting for a long time, hit the Holy Thief hard. If this punch landed, the weak body of the Holy Thief would be turned into minced meat. At this critical moment, the Holy Thief drew out 2 ancestral techniques. One of them was the Buddhist protective technique from before, and the other was a protective ancestral technique that was not weak. As a result, the protective ancestral technique on the surface was instantly crushed by the fist. As for the protective golden light that was close to the body, after a moment of stalemate, it finally shattered with a cracking sound. The Holy Thief was sent flying by the fist of the black ape. Fortunately, there were 2 defenses, which greatly weakened the attack, so the Holy Thief did not die. However, he could only stay alive. His soul was severely impacted, and it was scattered. His body was on the verge of collapse. "Master!" Su Kai immediately rushed forward and hugged him. Her face was full of heartache. Unexpectedly, the ferocious nature of the black ape had been unleashed. Once he started killing, he would kill to the end. The chain in the palm of his hand was raised, and he swung it at the weak Holy Thief and Su Kai. This was enough to turn the 2 of them into dust. At this critical moment, Suyu finally succeeded in refining the EMO soul-calming bell. Without saying a word, he activated the bell. Buzz! With a loud noise, the horrible soul attack went straight into the soul of the black ape. Originally, the soul of the black ape had been injured by the Sword Saint clan, so it was not strong. How could it withstand a violent soul attack? The hand that he pulled out immediately trembled, and the chain fell out of his hand. He held his head and screamed. Although the force of the chain had weakened, it still went straight towards Su Kai. Su Yu's face changed dramatically when he saw this. Xian had already died. Did he want Kai to go too? If that was the case, how could he have the face to see Xian again? Chapter 2971. Without any hesitation, Suyu rushed over instinctively and forcefully blocked the chain with his own body. With the chain in front of him, Suyu used several ancestral techniques in succession to condense a strong defense around him. However, these defenses were no better than paper in front of the black ape's chain. Boom! The ancestral technique's defenses were shattered on the spot, and the chain bombarded Suyu's body almost without any hindrance. He tried to use his hands to hold on to the chain. However, the chain was too frightening. It crushed Suyu's arms and whipped him in the chest. Suyu had a premonition of great danger. If he stepped back now, he might have a chance of survival. However, if he stepped back, what would happen to Su Kai? Get lost! Suyu growled. He could not help but release all 8 domains, which merged into an 8-colored ring. Crack! The ring was struck by the chain, and a huge crack immediately appeared. Su-yu tried his best to repair the domains. However, the domains were broken in an instant, and the speed of repair could not keep up. After 2 breaths' time, the 8 prime level domains finally could not hold on any longer and shattered with a loud bang. However, after a long time, the power of the chain had weakened by more than half. When it bombarded Su-yu's chest, it did not immediately turn him into a bloody pulp. Su-yu clenched his teeth and pressed his feet against the ground. He would not allow the chain to pass through him and hurt Su-kai. That was the only bloodline of him and Siener. Traces of blood were forced backward by the chain, drenching Su-kai. Looking at Su-yu, who had used his body and his life to protect her, Su-kai was stunned, and her mind went blank. If she had not seen the woman's figure under the black robe when Su-yu's clothes were torn, she might have really thought that it was her biological father. After a while, the power of the chain became weaker and weaker, and finally it calmed down. Su-yu's body was badly mutilated, and he did not look like a human. He had lost both arms, and his chest had been ground to the point where only bones were left. Fortunately, this was the body of Prince Mirrorflower, which was extremely hard. If it was Su-yu's own body, it would have been smashed to pieces. Whoosh! As the chain fell to the ground, Su-yu fell to the ground powerlessly. He did not even have the strength to move. He had used up all of his strength just now to block the chains, and now any random master of the Heaven Law might be able to kill him. What was worse was that the black ape had no intention of stopping after being attacked by Imo's soul-calming bell. Instead, it became more and more irritable. He clutched his head and roared crazily, attacking indiscriminately. Even the 2 great saints of the Sword Sacred Clan were affected, and their bodies trembled. Evil creature, be quiet! The old man controlling the black ape slave ring tried to subdue the black ape that had gone out of control. However, the black ape's soul was attacked, and its leg was injured by the slave ring, so it became even more frenzied. Puff! It opened its mouth and spat out purple flames in all directions, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles. Even the 2 elders from the Sword Sacred Clan were no exception. Damn it! Retreat one after another. The black ape is temporarily out of control, said the old man. But my EMO soul-suppressing bell. Another elder hesitated. Who cares about the bell? Now the black ape is only in its first form. If it reaches its second form, everyone in the world will be destroyed. The old man who controlled the black ape slave ring knew the horror of the black ape the best. The other old man could only nod and flee with the other old man. They could only wait for the black ape to vent its anger before taking it back. Many strong men had fled, so how could Su-yu and the others dare to stay? Aunt Ryu, master. Su-kai struggled to help the 2 of them up at the same time. Her small face was full of difficulty. The saint thief was fine, but Su-yu had the body of the emperor. In the past, the heart of Emperor Mirrorflower could easily crush a 5-star civilization. One could imagine how heavy it was. Su-kai-er's cultivation was shallow, so it was difficult for her to help them up. I'm fine. Su-yu struggled to stand up. Looking at the crazy black ape, he said, retreat first. This black ape is still a great threat. He could feel the extreme horror of this black ape. Roar, however, just as they were about to leave, the black ape suddenly stared at Su-yu. Although it had fallen into madness, it still did not forget the order given to it by the Sword Saint clan. In addition, Su-yu had activated the EMO soul calming bell, which caused damage to its soul, so it hated Su-yu even more. It squatted down strangely, raised its fists high, and slammed them down towards the ground. Get out of the way. Su-yu pushed Su-kai and the saint thief away. The black ape was obviously coming for him. Bang! Bang! All of a sudden, the ground under Su-yu's feet exploded. A shocking destructive force tore the earth apart, and leaped out from under his feet. It looked like it was going to kill Suyu, whose body had been seriously injured on the spot. At this critical moment, Suyu sacrificed the absolute heaven sword. His hands had been crippled and had not yet recovered. He bit the hilt of the absolute heaven sword and pulled it out. He had a weak body and could not fully display the power of the absolute heaven sword. But now he could not care so much. Get lost. Suyu swept his eyes around. The absolute heaven sword erupted with the power of darkness and destruction, devouring everything around it. Even the power erupting from the ground was forcibly erased by the absolute heaven sword, leaving nothing behind. Not only that, but the remaining power swept towards the black ape. In the frenzied black ape's blood-red eyes, a touch of fear appeared for the first time, and it hurriedly retreated. Not only that, but it also grabbed its own chain and waved it repeatedly, trying to destroy the sword energy of the absolute heaven sword. However, what made the black ape even more terrified was that the chain was torn apart by the sword energy in the process of whipping. In the end, the sword energy swept through the body of the black ape, and the incomparably hard silver-white armor on its body immediately showed dense cracks like a spider web. Moreover, the cracks were increasing at an alarming rate. After a while, only a click was heard, and the armor on its body exploded, revealing a hairless, fleshy red body. That was the true face of the black ape. Even the armor was broken by the sword energy, let alone the body of the black ape. As long as the sword energy swept through it, it would be split into two. At this critical moment, the black ape felt a great crisis and suddenly roared towards the sky. The huge black ape's body turned into a black light and soared into the sky. Creak! The sword energy swept through and cut through the black light, causing a painful roar to come from within the black light. That roar was no longer that of an ape, but a dragon. Roar! With a violent dragon roar, the black light dissipated, revealing a giant black dragon circling in the air. The giant dragon's eyes were scarlet, retaining the ferocity of the black ape, but the dangerous aura it exuded was stronger than before. What was slightly shocking was that the dragon's tail had been neatly cut off. The sword energy of the absolute heaven sword had still injured it. Chapter 2972. Having narrowly escaped, the black ape was greatly frightened and turned to flee into the distance. Suyu held the absolute heaven sword and forced himself to stand. But he had already been seriously injured, and now he had forced himself to use the absolute heaven sword, completely exhausting all his strength. How could he still persist? Before the black ape could fly far, he could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. At this moment, he did not even have the strength to move his fingers. The black ape was keenly aware of the situation and turned back again. Its eyes looked at the motionless absolute heaven sword lying on the ground, and it finally understood that Suyu's previous attack was a bluff. In fact, it was not a bluff. It was the strongest attack that Suyu could use. Otherwise, if he had used all his strength, the black ape would not have been able to escape the absolute heaven sword attack. It would have been cut in half and completely dead. The black ape's anger rose again. With a roar, it turned and rushed back, bringing with it the winds and clouds. It stretched out a huge black dragon claw and viciously pinched Suyu. In its black ape form, it was already extremely powerful. Now that it had transformed into its second form, its strength had increased by more than 10 times. Once caught, even the body of an emperor would be turned into minced meat in an instant. Looking at the approaching dragon claw, Suyu smiled bitterly in his heart. He had not died in the face of a great disaster, but at the hands of a black ape that could transform. Fate really made fools of people. However, to kill him, the black ape would have to die with him. He still had the Tao Tai's eye, which had always existed between his brows, but it could no longer be used. Otherwise, if it were to absorb it again, it would grow to the point where it could not be sealed. At that time, nothing in the world could stop the Tao Tai's eye. But just as Suyu was about to use it, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Huh. He faintly felt a familiar fluctuation. The air of heaven and earth suddenly became turbulent, and the space within a radius of trillions of miles shattered. Strange beams of light intertwined between heaven and earth, as if they were cutting the world into countless pieces. The black ape looked up, and its eyes were once again filled with fear. It even forgot about Suyu, who was close at hand, and turned to flee. Its speed of escape was several times faster than before. Moreover, the black ape let out a roar that sounded like it was begging for mercy, which was completely different from its previous ferocious state. However, the gigantic net still continued to descend mercilessly, piercing through the black ape's body as it continued to descend toward the ground. Unfortunately, Suyu was also enveloped by the giant net and was about to be penetrated by it. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in a flash. He was dressed in a simple green robe, and his beard was unkempt. It seemed like he hadn't taken care of his appearance at all. In his hand, he was holding an object that Suyu was extremely familiar with, the scythe of 10,000 tribulations. The green-robed figure raised the 10,000 tribulations scythe and slashed at the sky. The huge net that covered the sky returned to the 10,000 tribulations scythe. The figure lowered his head and flashed an apologetic smile at Suyu. I'm sorry for leaving without saying goodbye. I hope I didn't come back too late. He was none other than Mo Hung, who had left with the scythe of 10,000 tribulations. Before Suyu came to the Blood Mountain, he had once sensed the aura of the great sickle of 10,000 calamity. However, Mo Hung had used some special secret techniques to hide the great sickle of 10,000 calamity, so he could no longer find it. Who would have thought that Mo Hung would appear at the final juncture? Looking up again, the speed of the black ape giant dragon, which had been penetrated by the giant net, rapidly slowed down. In the end, it floated motionlessly in the sky. Just as the crowd was wondering if the black ape giant dragon was still alive, the body of the black ape giant dragon turned into pieces of flesh and fell to the ground. The black ape giant dragon was sliced into pieces without the slightest bit of resistance. It could not be more dead. It was hard to imagine that this was the invincible black ape that had suppressed everything in its path. This was the old ancestor of the black ape holy tribe. To think that he had been killed so mysteriously. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Mo Hung again. I thought I had trusted the wrong person. It looks like I did not. Suyu had always believed in his eyes. He had never misjudged a person. Now, it looked like that was indeed the case. If Mo Hung had coveted the great sickle of 10,000 calamity, he would never have saved Suyu. Wouldn't it have been better to let Suyu be killed by the black ape giant dragon? That way, the great sickle of 10,000 calamity would belong to him forever. Mo Hung grabbed Suyu's arm and pulled him up from the ground. He then imbued Suyu with his powerful ancient sage energy to repair his body and replenish his energy. After a short while, Suyu's physical strength had mostly recovered, and the injuries on his body had mostly healed as well. Many thanks, Suyu said. Without hesitation, Mo Hung stuffed the great sickle of 10,000 calamity into Suyu's chest. Return it to its rightful owner. With the great calamity sickle in his arms, Suyu clearly felt that it had become much heavier. He looked down and saw that the 10,000 calamity scythe had been reborn. Before the 10,000 calamity scythe was fully unleashed, it was as inconspicuous as an ordinary scythe. But now its usual form was a pale white bone handle and 10 golden heads. This was the ultimate form of the 10,000 calamity scythe. Mo Hung placed his hands behind his back and said, If your chaotic energy is powerful enough and you've obtained the great scythe of 10,000 calamities recognition, you might be able to activate its 11th head. Suyu remembered that Mo Hung had once said that the full power of the great sickle of 10,000 calamity did not just consist of 10 heads. There was still the 11th head. That head was the real world that the Taotai ancestor had formed with the help of the great beginning realm. Imagine how terrifying the power would be if the entire real world was used to crush the enemy. Moreover, even without activating the 11th head, the power of the modified Great Sickle of 10,000 Calamity could not be underestimated. For example, the black ape giant dragon had been killed in a single blow. The power of that blow was equivalent to half the power of the Absolute Heaven Sword. Most importantly, the Absolute Heaven Sword consumed a great deal of Suyu's strength. It was difficult to activate it a second time after using it once. But the Great Sickle of 10,000 Calamity was different. He could activate it 10 times in a row if he wanted to. "I will remember your kindness," Suyu said gratefully. He then asked in surprise, "But why did you leave without saying goodbye back then?" Emo Hung did not even leave a message for him. Hearing that, Emo Hang's eyes were filled with a cold gleam. "Isn't it because of the Sword Sacred Tribe? When you were fighting Gai Tianmo, I sensed the arrival of the Sword Sacred Tribe. In order not to implicate you, I had to leave first," Emo Hung said. At that time, Suyu was carrying the Absolute Heaven Sword. If the Sword Sacred Tribe had discovered Suyu's existence, Suyu would have fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. Therefore, Emo Hung did not even dare to send a message to Suyu, lest he be discovered by the people of the Sword Sacred Tribe. For the past 6 months, he had been hiding from place to place while re-refining the Great Sickle of 10,000 Calamity. His hard work paid off. With the help of the skyrocketing path energy near the Blood Mountain, he finally succeeded in refining the Great Sickle of 10,000 Calamity. Chapter 2973. It was an emergency that day, and I couldn't contact you. "I'm very sorry," Emo Hung said apologetically. After Suyu heard the reason, he said, "I didn't do it on purpose, so why do you need to apologize?" Grasping the great scythe of 10,000 Calamity, Suyu looked at the 2 great sages of the Sword Saint tribe who were hiding far ahead. "Isn't the most urgent task to kill these 2 people first?" It was all thanks to the 2 of them that his daughter was almost annihilated. He could ignore the injuries he received from the famed Sword Sacred clan, but not his daughter. "All right, let's go over now and kill them all." Emo Hung had been chased by the 2 for a long time and had long since suppressed a bellyful of anger. Now, it was finally their turn to counterattack. How could they not be happy? If I go there now, won't I be giving them a chance to escape? Suyu's eyes shone with a shrewd light. They are both vigilant people, and they will flee once they encounter danger. If the great saints chose to flee instead of fighting, Suyu had no good way of keeping them here. "So either we don't attack, or if we attack, we must kill them with a single strike," Suyu said. Emo Hung deeply agreed. Based on his many years of understanding of the famed Sword Sacred clan, these great sages were more cunning than anyone else. Previously, the Absolute Heaven Sword had gone out of control and wiped out the Sword Sacred clan. Most of the clan members had perished in the disaster, and only the 5 great sages were safe and sound. "What do you plan to do?" Emo Hang looked around and said, "You plan to play dead?" Suyu chuckled, shook his head, and said, "I'm not pretending to be dead. Instead, I'm making them come here, even though they know that I'm not dead." Emo Hung did not understand. Suyu held the Absolute Heaven Sword in his hand and sheathed it once again. Then he stabbed it into the ground and said, "The human heart can never escape greed." Even someone as calm and collected as Suyu had to take the risk and barge into the Blood Mountain to retrieve the Absolute Heaven Sword. If that was the case for him, then the 2 ancestors of the Sword Sacred clan who were obsessed with the ultimate Sky Sword were even more so. However, before that, Suyu's body shook with the Taoist energy. His body, which had just recovered, was badly mutilated again. He looked like he was seriously injured. This is... Emo Hung said in surprise. It wasn't easy for him to recover from his injuries. So why did he have to mutilate his body again? "If we don't do this, they will be afraid of us," Suyu said. The rest of the light swept across and caught a glimpse of the black ape dragon's body. It was one of its dragon legs. There was also a jet black ring on top of it. This item was a weapon used to control the black ape. If used properly, it could be used to control other things. With a wave of his hand, the black ape slave ring flew into Suyu's palm. With the help of the exquisite ball, wiping away the blood essence on it was a piece of cake. Then he injected a drop of his own blood essence into it. All he needed was time to brew it, and he would be able to refine it successfully. After putting away the black ape slave ring and the Yimo soul calming bell, Suyu lay on the ground, his breathing weak. Emo Hung smiled knowingly and immediately left. The smoke gradually dissipated, and the experts, who were surprised by the peace of the place, rushed over. The two great sages of the famed sword sacred clan were incredibly strong, but they didn't dare to take the lead. Instead, they followed behind a group of ordinary great sages. When he realized that they were not in danger, he finally came out. All of you get out of the way. This place is under the control of the famed sword sacred clan. Those who are not involved should immediately retreat within 100,000 feet. Otherwise, you will be regarded as an enemy of the famed sword sacred clan. The two elders were imposing. With the 4 words, famed sword sacred clan, the great sages who were trying to take advantage of the situation tactfully retreated, not daring to come any closer. Thus, the 2 great sages joined forces and came to the battlefield. Looking at the black ape dragon that had been torn to pieces, the elder in charge of the black ape slave ring lamented, "It died just like that!" He searched back and forth among the rocks, trying to find the black ape slave ring. The other elder looked around for his Yimo soul calming bell. In the end, he didn't find the bell, but in a corner he found Suyu, who was hiding under a tree and on the verge of death. What made his pupils shrink even more was that a ferocious sword was stuck in the ground. The absolute heaven sword. The elder cried out in surprise, unable to believe his eyes. Wasn't the absolute heaven sword obtained by Prince Xiaoyao's clone, and then the clone was injured by the disastrous fire? Since then, the absolute heaven sword had disappeared without a trace. Why was it in the hands of this person? Looking at the sword, the elder's eyes were full of greed. Compared to the absolute heaven sword, a mere Yimo soul calming bell was nothing. He wanted to take it for himself, but unfortunately the exclamation just now had attracted the attention of another comrade. Is it really the absolute heaven sword? With a swoosh, the companion not only rushed over, but also rushed towards the absolute heaven sword. "What are you doing?" The elder in charge of the Yimo soul calming bell immediately shouted and chased after him. The two of them had a tacit understanding that they both wanted to snatch the absolute heaven sword. The situation of the famed sword sacred clan was different from the past. In the past, the famed sword sacred clan relied on its illustrious reputation to be respected wherever it went. Now it was different. The famed sword sacred clan was greatly weakened, and many forces were eyeing it, trying to disintegrate it. Not long ago, when a great sage of the clan went out to visit a friendly force, he was ambushed by an unknown force and almost died. This incident alerted the rest of the great sages. This was also the reason why they always carried the clan's precious treasure whenever they went out, for self-defense. Now that the absolute heaven sword was in front of them, why didn't they hold it in their hands? Anyway, the emperors had temporarily forgotten about the absolute heaven sword and did not ask for it again. If it fell into their hands, they would hold it for a while. Even if the emperors asked for it later, they would still be rewarded by them. Seeing that he could not catch up with the old man with the black ape slave ring, the latter could not help but look annoyed. "I found it first." "So what if you found it first? The absolute heaven sword is the best sword in the world, and it belongs to those who are capable. I am stronger than you, so naturally I should hold it." The old man with the black ape slave ring said disapprovingly. In a flash, he appeared in front of Suyu and grabbed the absolute heaven sword. The old man with the Yimo soul calming bell was furious. Shameless! Who said you are stronger than me? Let go of me! The old man opened his mouth and spat out an ancestral technique remnant in the air. It was a remnant unique to the famed sword sacred clan, the ancestral sword technique. Once performed, all the swords in the world had to obey the command. Sure enough, as soon as the remnant came out, the absolute heaven sword broke through the ground and flew toward the old man with the Yimo soul calming bell. The old man with the black ape slave ring grabbed nothing but air. He could not help but feel anxious. Are you the only one who knows how to perform ancestral techniques? His right hand moved quickly, and a more solid ancestral technique floated in front of him. The absolute heaven sword that flew toward the old man with the Yimo soul calming bell immediately turned around and flew back to the ladder. The old man was furious. He stepped forward and grabbed the scabbard of the absolute heaven sword, saying, "Fourth brother, you should save some face. The absolute heaven sword is mine." Chapter 2974. The latter was enraged. "Fourth brother, you're crazy. You're actually killing each other." "Humph, don't blame me for being merciless, since you stole my stuff." The fourth brother snorted coldly. The fifth brother was angry and anxious. In terms of strength, he was indeed slightly inferior to the fourth brother. He was extremely angry because the fifth brother had been together for many years and had always been united. But today, for a sword, the fourth brother actually turned against him and attacked him. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The fifth brother opened his mouth and an emerald fan flew out. He held the fan handle and waved it fiercely. A strong wind that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas swept through heaven and earth. The corpses of the black ape and giant dragon on the ground were all blown away. The soil on the ground was even lifted up by 3 feet, revealing the bare stone layer. The domain that the fourth brother released was immediately blown away by the strong wind. The fourth brother himself was also blown away. He was in a sorry state, and the anger on his face became even more intense. "You're serious? Fine, then don't blame me." He stretched out all 10 of his fingers, and black steel needles shot out from his fingers. The steel needles grew in the wind and turned into antique long swords. The demonic domain sword formation? The fourth brother, you actually secretly took out the clan's 5th-ranked treasure? The fifth brother said in shock. The fourth brother sneered. Didn't you also secretly take out the 9th-ranked Cosmos fan? It turned out that the 2 of them had secretly taken 1 more clan treasure, just in case. In the end, they did not guard against it, and instead guarded against their own companions. The fifth brother's face was ashen. Fine, let's see who wins. The 2 of them each held the clan's treasures and fought each other on the spot for the absolute heaven sword. For a moment, the sky and earth darkened. The sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was reduced to ruins. The fierce battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, the 2 of them gradually lost their strength. The fifth brother's strength was slightly weaker. In a moment of carelessness, an ancient sword pierced through his abdomen. The ancient sword even injured the fifth brother's soul, causing him to lie on the ground in unbearable pain. The fourth brother immediately caught up and snatched the absolute heaven sword from his hands. He finally smiled. "Ha ha ha, the absolute heaven sword actually fell into my hands one day." In the past, he had witnessed with his own eyes how the sword had slaughtered 7 or 8 great saints. Holding the sword in his hand, Number 4 had a strong urge to take this sword with him and travel to the ends of the earth. With this sword, where in the world couldn't he go? Bang! But all of a sudden, the absolute heaven sword's scabbard flashed with an explosive thunderbolt. With the absolute heaven sword as the center, the lightning exploded into a ball of lightning. The fourth brother was caught off guard and was injured by the thunderstorm on the spot. His body was charred black and his flesh was mangled. He was on the verge of death. The heavily injured fifth brother crawled up ferociously. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with difficulty, "You think you're qualified to compete with me?" The heavily injured fourth brother opened his eyes wide, unwilling to give up. He held the absolute heaven sword tightly, unwilling to let go. As it turned out, OL-5 had purposely pretended that he was no match for the enemy, but in reality, he had secretly placed a powerful lightning explosion talisman on the absolute heaven sword scabbard. Number 4 was careless and fell into the trap. Now he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. "Give it to me." The fifth brother dragged the absolute heaven sword out of the fourth brother's grasp. However, he had just been hit by the sword, and his injuries were not light. After snatching the absolute heaven sword, he sat on the ground. The absolute heaven sword in his hand fell out of his hand and fell to the ground. He endured the pain in his stomach and struggled to reach out to pick it up. Unexpectedly, a smooth, white, jade-like palm gently picked up the absolute heaven sword. The fifth brother looked up abruptly and saw that Suyu, who was on the verge of death just now, was standing there unscathed. His sleeve gently wiped the blood-stained scabbard of the absolute heaven sword. You're not dead." The fifth brother's heart skipped a beat. Countless eras had made him realize that he and the fourth brother had been fooled. Suyu smiled faintly. "I'm not dead. I'm just a little tired, so I'm lying down to rest. Why did the two of you fight among yourselves?" The fourth brother also understood what was going on. He was angry and furious. You tricked us?" Suyu said helplessly, "I stuck the sword here, and you fought each other to the death in order to snatch it. What does it have to do with me? I didn't incite you to do it." The two great saints were ashamed and angry at the same time. They were strong enough to be fooled by a young boy. No, it was not fooling. It was because the other party was well versed in the human heart. He had long predicted that they would fight each other to the death for the absolute heaven sword, and he had also predicted that the two of them would end up in a lose-lose situation. "Who are you?" "Back then, you were the one who stirred up trouble with the Sword Saint clan, weren't you?" The fourth brother and the fifth brother suddenly realized that this person was the black-robed man who stirred up trouble underground. Suyu put the absolute heaven sword back on his waist and said lightly, "It's a pleasure to meet you too. Back then, thanks to the hospitality of the Sword Saint clan, I was able to experience a near-death experience." At that time, Suyu was vigilant and escaped from the underground first. He was afraid that he would also become a sacrificial soul for the absolute heaven sword. "Who are you?" The two asked again. This person's cultivation was not the best, but his mind was too terrifying. When the Sword Saint clan was underground, he had predicted the enemy's movements and determined the enemy's position ahead of time. Now he had defeated them without any bloodshed, causing both sides to suffer. Suyu said lightly, "A person you shouldn't have provoked." With a wave of his palm, the EMO soul calming bell appeared in his left palm, and the black ape slave ring appeared in his right palm. "Originally, I wanted to kill you, but I suddenly changed my mind." Suyu said lightly, "My power is just beginning, and I need a few gatekeepers. Since you two are so good at fighting, I will arrange for you to guard the gate." Guard the mountain gate? That was something that only slaves would do. "Boy, we are like tigers that are bullied by dogs. But if you want us to bow our heads and be slaves, you are dreaming," the fourth brother scolded sternly. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Suyu threw out his palm, and the EMO soul calming bell grew in the wind, turning into a giant 3 feet tall bell, and suppressed the fourth brother within it. Then, the sound of continuous vibration rang out. Even a single soul attack would be extremely damaging to a great sage, let alone a series of them. After dozens of continuous vibrations, the roar inside had already turned into a painful plea. Suyu was unmoved. After more than 100 continuous vibrations, he opened the EMO soul calming bell only when the pleading sound was weak. As a result, the fourth brother collapsed into a pile of mud, and his consciousness was on the verge of collapse. Su Yu threw out his palm, and the black ape slave ring was put on his foot without any resistance. Then Su Yu looked at the fifth brother and weighed the EMO soul-calming bell in his hand. With a playful look in his eyes, he said, "Are you going to put it in yourself, or do you want me to do it?" The fifth brother's eyelids twitched as he looked at the half-dead fourth brother, and then looked at the EMO soul-calming bell. He gritted his teeth and said, "I will do it myself." The situation was beyond his control, so he could only endure the humiliation and put his foot into the black ape slave ring. Su Yu smiled slightly and activated it. The black ape slave ring suddenly shrank, and both of their feet were tightly bound at the same time. Chapter 2975. Its name was no longer the black ape slave ring, but the sword slave ring. After this battle, Su Yu gained 2 more treasures. One was the EMO soul-calming bell, and the other was the sword slave ring. In addition, the great scythe of 10,000 calamities was also recovered. Mo Hung flashed out from the darkness, looking at Su Yu with a hint of awe in his eyes. This man was too good at scheming. He thought that Su Yu was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, intending to give the 2 great sages of the Sword Sacred Clan a surprise attack. Unexpectedly, the result was that he provoked the 2 of them to kill each other with a sword, and then effortlessly captured the 2 of them. In terms of temperament, this man was a little too terrifying. "Aren't you openly making an enemy of the Sword Sacred Clan by doing this?" Emohun glanced around. Although those great sages were thousands of miles away, how could the situation here be hidden from their perception? It wouldn't be long before the entire region would know that the 2 strong men of the Sword Sacred Clan had become slaves of one person. At that time, there would inevitably be a lot of trouble. Su Yu said with a faint smile, "How do you know that I didn't do it on purpose?" He wasn't stupid. How could he not understand the meaning of this? Insisting on doing this was part of his plan. Mo Hung was stunned, completely unable to understand what Su Yu was thinking. "Okay, let's go first," Su Yu said. He flashed to the side of the holy thief and Su Kai and took them away. Not long after they left, tens of thousands of messages appeared, frantically spreading in all directions. A blood mountain mine was destroyed by an unknown strong man, and then the 2 strong men of the Sword Sacred Clan were crushed by the powerful man. They were all subdued, and all their treasures fell into the hands of the powerful man. This news swept through every corner of the illusionary sky like an earthquake. After Su Yu and the others arrived at a safe place, he simply healed the holy thief's injuries, making him feel much better. "Holy thief, can you tell me now how to lift the curse on my body?" Su Yu looked at the sky. Thanks to the ore that was being nurtured, it had been broken, and the curse of the holy mountain had weakened a lot. Otherwise, the battle with the enemy just now would have been troublesome. The holy thief breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The best way to lift the curse is to wash the body with the blood of the Son of Heaven's descendants." Weren't the descendants of the Son of Heaven those stone men? Holy Mountain has set up a team of stone men in every region, Holy Pirate said. They guard the region. If you have the guts, you can go and capture a few stone men and take their blood. Was it that simple? Where are the stone men of the cloud desolate territory? Su Yu asked. Holy Pirate looked in a certain direction. It is at Songtian Mountain. Oh, what a coincidence! The temporary stronghold that Su Yu had found for the Cauldron was a medium-sized territory on the Songtian Mountain. Then let's go, Su Yu said, not daring to hesitate. As he spoke, he could already feel traces of dark and gloomy energy surrounding his body. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid that we will run into some unlucky incident, Su Yu said. Saint Thief thought so too. The group immediately set off for Songtian Mountain. At that time, in the battlefield, a group of ancient sages and great sages were busy dividing up the remains of the black ape dragon. Suddenly, a petite figure rushed over. Am I too late? The newcomer looked at the dried blood mountain and couldn't help but feel disappointed. She was Bai Shui, who came after hearing the news. It was a pity that she missed the most exciting moment. I don't know which bastard dug up the ore again. Bai Shui didn't know the true meaning of the fossil. She stomped her feet and snorted. Seeing that it was irreversible, she had to say, "Forget it. Let's continue to look for that bastard Ruyu. Don't let me find you or I will kill you." Thinking of Suyu using his statue seal and engraving countless documents, she was driven mad. However, it was easier said than done to find him. There were a total of 100 realms in the 10,000 Zun cave, and each realm was extremely vast. How could she find him? Bai Shui was dejected and wandered aimlessly. One day later, Suyu and the others passed by a large-scale spiritual land. This place was controlled by a Saint clan. With the Saint clan as the center, a considerable degree of civilization was born. Countless living beings lived here, vaguely forming an incomparably huge country. This is the stronghold of the Songtian Mountains, first Saint clan. There is a transportation portal in the city. We can use it to save time. Holy Pirate was very familiar with this place. Suyu readily agreed. His Yuan-level space domain was not strong enough to teleport so many people at the same time. It was imperative to use the transportation portal. The group of people landed in the city and went straight to the transportation portal. The transportation portal here belonged to the Heavenly Dove Saint clan, which was the continuation of the Songtian Mountains' first Saint clan. The king of hell you killed was a subordinate force of the Heavenly Dove Saint clan. You'd better not let anyone recognize you. As they approached the Saint clan, Holy Pirate suddenly remembered. The news that Suyu brought the king of hell into the Blood Mountain and caused him to be cursed to death had already spread throughout the world. This piece of spiritual land was no exception. Suyu's mouth twitched. Why didn't you say so earlier? But now he had no choice but to go. Moreover, as long as they were lucky, it would be difficult to detect him. There were so many creatures in this spiritual land. The continuation of the Heavenly Dove Saint clan did not need to check everyone, unless they had foresight and happened to know that Suyu would pass through this place. With an indifferent attitude, Suyu led a group of people to land near the transportation palace. As soon as they landed, a group of Imperial guards from the Saint clan came up to them. They yelled from afar, "Who are you? Accept the inspection, quickly." The blue veins on Suyu's forehead bulged. Was this the effect of the curse? It was too effective. Holy Pirate did not say anything. He immediately displayed his unique domain and turned everyone into a breeze. They disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. In a nearby city, they reappeared in an alley. Holy Pirate looked helpless. As time passes, the curse will become stronger and stronger. If we don't hurry to the Songtian Mountain and get the blood of the Stone Man, we will be in more and more trouble. Suyu did not expect that the power of the curse would become stronger and stronger. They are over there. Unexpectedly, as soon as they stopped to rest, they heard the group of Imperial guards catching up. Holy Pirate was shocked. He had teleported them to a faraway place in an instant. How did those people catch up with them? She closed her eyes to sense and said bitterly, "There is a space-disrupting spell nearby. I have to go around in a big circle." This place was very close to the place where they had just met the Imperial guards. However, unexpectedly, the group of Imperial guards had misjudged them and chased after another group of people, allowing them to escape. "This curse doesn't seem to be very effective," Sukai crooked her neck and said with a smile. Suyu could not laugh at all. Based on his short experience, once the curse was activated, it would not stop. Who knew what kind of extreme curse they would encounter later? Chapter 2976. Ruyu, who are you looking at? Sukai noticed Suyu's unusual behavior and looked over. Outside the alley, a petite, beautiful girl in a snow-white robe was hurrying past. Sukai stared at Suyu in confusion and said, "You are a woman. but you are interested in beautiful women. Sure. Su-yu hurriedly shushed her to stop her from speaking. This woman was none other than the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Law Alliance, Bai Shui. He had completely destroyed Bai Shui's statue seal. If Bai Shui found out, he would be in big trouble. The veins on Su-yu's forehead were throbbing. He knew that the curse would not disappear so easily. It would only get worse. The world was so big, yet he had run into Bai Shui. Who would believe that it was a coincidence? Unfortunately, Su-yu was one step too late. He could not stop Su Kai's voice from spreading. Just as Bai Shui was about to walk over, she suddenly heard a sound coming from the alley beside her and casually glanced over. She glanced sideways and saw a group of strangers hiding in the dark. She furrowed her brows, but didn't take a closer look and continued to move forward. Su-yu heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but poke Su Kai's forehead. Be careful. You are not familiar with this place, so don't attract attention. Su Kai did not care. You were the one who didn't blink when looking at beautiful women, and now you are blaming me. She said this, but her expression was mischievous. Her attitude towards Su-yu was very intimate. Su Kai would never forget the scene of Su-yu sacrificing himself to block the black ape's chain. For a moment, she felt like she had found a father in Ryu. All right, let's leave this place quickly, Su-yu said. The holy thief pondered and said, Yes, but we can't go to the transportation portal for the time being. It must be cordoned off. Su-yu agreed. Let's find an inn for the night. Their escape just now must have triggered some sort of alert. The transportation portal might already be full of guards searching for them. Let's see what happens in 2 or 3 days, Su-yu said. The group immediately left and found a very remote inn. It was far from the main street and in a residential area. It would be difficult for ordinary people to find it, so it should be very safe. The 3 of us are plagued by curses, and we can't guarantee that we won't run into any danger. So, please don't leave the inn, Su-yu reminded them. Holy Pirate and Su Kai nodded seriously. They had already seen the power of the curse and knew how terrifying it was. As such, Su-yu lived alone in a room, next to the god thief and Su Kai. He sat down cross-legged and began to recover from his injuries, lowering his head to look at the ghastly injuries left on his body. Su-yu's heart was heavy. Even the body of the emperor is so badly injured. What would happen if I had an ordinary body? After coming to a 9-star civilization, the danger he encountered was more and more intense. This son of heaven's body had helped him a lot. Otherwise, he might have died a long time ago. If he returned to his original body through the Inyan Gate and encountered similar danger again. As he thought of this, Su-yu couldn't help but murmur, I wonder if the 9-star civilization has any defensive measures to strengthen the physique of the human race. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Su-yu's mind. He clapped his hand and sent his consciousness into the 9-jade spiritual pearl. Since the battle on the Blood Mountain, he hadn't had the time to carefully examine the stones that had been collected. However, when Su-yu came in, his pupils shrank, and he found that the stones were strangely surrounding the thatched cottage in the 9-jade spiritual pearl. That thatched cottage used to be the place where the body of the 9-tailed emperor was kept. These stones seemed to have sensed something and began to surround him. Su-yu's arrival caused the stones to react. They gathered together, barely forming a figure the size of a 3-year-old child, and took the initiative to attack Su-yu. Haha, you're still not behaving yourself when you're here. Su-yu's mind moved, and a strong pressure suddenly appeared, pressing the stone to the ground and preventing it from turning over. He had tempered the 9-jade spiritual pearl for hundreds of years, and it was like an extension of his arm. Looking at the extremely spiritual stone, Su-yu touched his chin. He tried to take the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations and said, I don't know if this stone can withstand the attack of the great scythe of 10,000 tribulations. As he thought of this, he struck it down hard. Creak! Even the black ape was split in half in the air, and this stone was no exception. It shattered on the spot. Su Yu couldn't help but be disappointed. He had thought that the stone body of the nine-tailed emperor, which had been nurtured by absorbing the essence of the entire nine-star civilization, would be quite hard. Now it seemed that he had been expecting too much. However, what happened next shocked Su Yu. The shattered pieces of rock actually reformed into a whole again, with the stone that was glowing in the center as the center. The rest of the stones reformed themselves. The most incredible thing was that not even a trace of powder was lost. Su Yu's eyes flashed. He gathered all his strength and wielded the great scythe of 10,000 calamities with all his might, slashing at the stone man again. Poof! The whole stone man was instantly pulverized. With the full power of the great scythe of 10,000 calamities, its power was no less than that of the absolute heaven sword. How could the stone man withstand it? However, it was the other stones that were pulverized. The stone that was glowing was completely unscathed. Yes, there was not even a trace of a mark left on it after such a terrifying attack. One could only imagine how hard it was. What was even more shocking was that the particles that had been pulverized into dust were all condensed back into the stone man. Moreover, with the passage of time, the cracks on the stone man gradually disappeared, and it was replaced by a real stone man. Su Yu's eyes gradually brightened. It seems that my human body is not much weaker than the body of this mirror flower heavenly prince. He stared at the stone man with a glimmer of light in his eyes. Glancing around, the 9-jade spiritual pearl was empty. The little Kailin and Shanggu of the past had disappeared over the years. Only Xiao Dai, who was silently evolving, and the familiar nursery were left. Is life a constant cycle of gaining and losing? Su Yu murmured to himself. He had obtained the ultimate strength that he wanted today, but how many familiar faces had he lost? Even if he had mastered the domain of life and death, he could not stop their passing. Was this a bondage that he could not get rid of? Birth, old age, sickness, and death. Was this really a fate that he could not escape? Su Yu had mastered the domain of life and death, but he still could not get rid of the bondage. It was as if something invisible had arranged the changes of their lives for them. I'm still not strong enough to escape the bondage, Su Yu said, clenching his fists. If he was strong enough, who could arrange his life? Chapter 2977. When his eyes looked at the world again, he suddenly felt that his perspective was different from before. It seemed that the world in his eyes was clearer than before, and he could even see some obscure things in the world. Suddenly, Su Yu felt a slight warmth in his chest. Looking down, he saw that the ultimate divine tablet was emitting a soft light. Su Yu was surprised and immediately took it out of his pocket. He saw a few blurry ancient words flickering on the ultimate ruins divine monument. Su Yu stared at it for a long time before he could barely recognize it. It was the words Ultimate Emperor Master. Ultimate Emperor Master. Su Yu's eyes flashed with deep surprise. He already knew that the ultimate realm was a mysterious world independent of the great beginning realm, and it was also a world of the dead. Could the Sinkhole Emperor, Lord, be the transcendent exalt who controlled the Sinkhole world? He tried to touch the 4 characters with his fingers. Unexpectedly, the moment he touched them, he felt a piercing pain on his fingertips, as if he had been stabbed by something sharp. Hiss! Su Yu took a deep breath, his eyes turning to the extreme as he stared at the 4 flashing words. Finally, when his eyes were filled with tears, he found some clues. The words Ultimate Emperor Master were not words at all. They were obviously formed by the condensation of a series of remnant marks. Each remnant mark was extremely sharp, and Su Yu's fingers had just touched these marks, which was why he felt the pain. Su Yu was surprised, as if he had discovered a whole new continent. He originally thought that the ultimate divine tablet recorded the ancestral technique remnant marks left behind by the Taichu Taoist master. But now it seemed that not only the Taichu Taoist masters, but also the mysterious ultimate Emperor Master's secret technique remnant marks. Su Yu's heart was pounding. This discovery was too shocking. Apart from the Taichu Taoist master, no one knew that there were remnant marks left behind by the ultimate Emperor Master on the ultimate divine tablet. However, when Su Yu wanted to carefully examine the remnant marks on it, he could not identify them. It was as if there was an invisible barrier that prevented him from continuing to examine it. After trying for a long time to no avail, Su Yu had to give up. The treasure mountain is in front of me, but I can only look at it across the river. Su Yu was very depressed. However, why didn't I see the words Ultimate Ruins Emperor Master before? Su Yu asked in surprise. The divine monument had been in his possession for a long time, so why did it only appear now? As Su Yu recalled the enlightenment he had experienced in the 9 Jades spiritual pearl, he could not help but guess that the enlightenment he had just experienced had caused his view of the world to sublimate. Only then could he see the word Sinkhole Overlord that ordinary people could not see. It seems that if I want to learn the secret techniques of the ultimate ruins Emperor Master, I must strengthen my comprehension. Su Yu suddenly understood. However, the word epiphany was easier said than done. If it wasn't for the fact that he had revisited this place and felt something in his heart, naturally entering a state of epiphany, it would have been difficult to create the conditions for epiphany at other times. Seeing that there were still 2 days left to wait, Su Yu simply sat down cross-legged on the spot and displayed the realm of time. He was ready to try to find the epiphany he had just experienced in 10,000 times the time. However, as soon as he displayed the time domain, Su Yu felt that something was amiss. However, his time domain had become different from before, faintly mixed with a trace of mysterious power. In the past, when the time domain was displayed, it was faintly suffused with light red. However, at this moment, there was a trace of strange gold in the light red. What is this? Su Yu immediately felt that something was wrong. However, when the time domain was fully displayed, Su Yu was even more shocked. The flow of time around him had accelerated by 20,000 times, more than twice as fast as before. In the past, time acceleration could only reach 10,000 times at most. What's going on? Su Yu did not expect this, and his eyes were full of confusion and shock. Why did the time origin domain suddenly become so much stronger? After a long time, Su Yu's eyes flashed, and he tried to display the other 7 great domains. Without exception, all of the domains had more than doubled in strength. Moreover, there was a trace of gold in them. These are... Su Yu remembered that when he was fighting against the Black Ape, he had used the 8 great domains to resist it. The 8 great domains were attacked by the Black Ape again and again, and finally they were completely shattered. Could it be because the 8 great origin domains had been tempered? Thinking of this, Su Yu's emotions surged. The 9th realm had once said that there were a total of 12 invincible existences in the world. They were the Taichu Taoist Master, the 10 Holy Mountain Heavenly Sons, and the Rinzhu. This was because they had mastered a power that was superior to all living creatures, the absolute beginning force. It was precisely because of the existence of this power that they were superior to everything else. There was only one way to obtain the absolute beginning force, and that was to train one's own cultivation to the extreme. One of them was the domain. When the domain was trained to the extreme, one could achieve the absolute beginning force and become an existence that was superior to all things in the world. Su Yu's 8 great origin domains had long been trained to the extreme. After such a long period of accumulation, they had long reached the point of transformation. After experiencing the Black Ape's continuous bombardment, it finally underwent a transformation, showing signs of evolving into primordial force. This discovery made Su Yu extremely happy. This trip to the Blood Mountain could be said to be full of rewards. Originally, his original plan was to just go to the Blood Mountain to explore, and the best hope was to retrieve the great scythe of 10,000 calamity. But now, the rewards were beyond imagination. Not only did he find the great scythe of 10,000 calamity, but he also obtained the EMO, soul calming bell, and the famous sword slave ring, as well as the 9-tailed heavenly sunstone that had been successfully nurtured. Not only that, but Su Yu's domain had also undergone great changes. This series of gains was extremely delightful. Su Yu suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to try to accelerate time by 20,000 times. 2 days had passed, but Su Yu had already experienced a full 40,000 days, which was equivalent to more than 100 years. Although it was difficult to comprehend, as he had guessed, the transformation of the time domain made Su Yu extremely happy. Whoosh! Su Yu opened his eyes tiredly, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. Compared to the curse that plagued him, this time the harvest was more valuable. Looking at the time, Su Yu felt that it was about time to set off. At this time, the formation should not be under martial law. After he informed the holy thief and the others, he opened the door and went outside. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped out of the door, a guest walked out of the corridor. Caught off guard, Su Yu stepped on the back of the other party's foot. Su Yu said subconsciously, "Sorry." The other party raised his head in slight annoyance and shouted, "Don't you have eyes?" But halfway through the sentence, the other party's face suddenly froze. Su Yu's face also froze, because the face that was raised was none other than Bai Shui. The world was so big, the Holy Clan City was so vast, the inn was so remote, and there were so many guests.